Muy buenos días.
Good morning, good afternoon for those of you joining us from afar, particularly our keynote speaker today, Professor Sir Michael Marmot, who will be beginning our day following a very enriching day yesterday with a great deal of data and interesting tidbits. We were able to share a variety of different experiences, analyze challenges, and envision opportunities. And today we are on the second day of our event, and we will address the different dimensions of social inequality, specifically those aspects related to the rights to health, the right to health, education, and pension. That will be the focus of our discussions today. This is a complementary approach to equality, inequality, social rights, and how all of this is tied into public policy. And as many individuals yesterday said, this is related to how inequality is not merely an issue of income distribution. It is not merely an economic problem. Rather, it's a social problem as well. But from the social side, it's an economic problem as well, back and forth. And it's, again, not just a matter of distributive issues related to capital or income distribution or individuals' well-being in economic terms, but it's also with regard to their well-being in terms of health, access to education, access to housing, pension. It's something that affects us all across the board in the end, and it has an impact on our coexistence. And many individuals have underscored this multidimensional approach. In order to continue discussing this matter today, we will have a keynote lecture, Essential Concepts, will be given by Professor Sir Michael Marmot, who is joining us virtually, and we are very excited to have him with us here today. I hope you are connected and listening. Sir Michael Marmot, who is a professor of epidemiology at the University College London, where he has been since 1985. He is at present the director of the Institute of Health Equity at that same university. He has presided over the Social Determinants in Health Commission by the WHO and other bodies within that same organization. He has also been an advisor to the UK government. Now, he has a wealth of articles relative to social determinants of the health, and they have been key inputs for public policy to reduce inequalities in health. Therefore, his recommendations include providing each child the best possible start in life, education, ongoing learning, minimum wage necessary for a healthy life, different types of other articles, having sustainable context for living and working, healthy lifestyles, etc. Now, these topics are very consistent with what we were talking about yesterday with our other speaker, Nicolas Barr, and topics mentioned by other speakers yesterday. He has set up the Institute of Health Equity. He works throughout the UK to take his theory and implement it in practice. More than 40 communities in England have stated that they act in keeping with the Marmot principles. As we can tell from all of this, Professor Sir Michael Marmot has led many different research groups relative to health inequalities for over the last 50 years and has received many different recognitions for his contribution to epidemiology and to studies relative to inequality in health. Now, this is a way to kick off the day, and we will hear what he has to say with regard to inequality and social rights, the centrality of social determinants of health. He will link this analysis with what goes on in the UK, the rest of the world, and the LAC region. So without further ado, Professor Sir Michael Marmot, thank you very much for being here with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be there. I mentioned to you that when we launched the Commission on Social Determinants of Health, it was at ECLAC, I think in the very chamber in which you're now sitting, in March 2005. And I will share my screen. You can see my slides. Yeah?
Perfect.
I'm going to talk about inequality and social rights and the centrality of the social determinants of health. The opening line of my book, The Health Gap, was why treat people and send them back to the condition that made them sick. When people talk about health, mostly they talk about health care. Health care is vitally important. Universal access, regardless of ability to pay, vitally important. But my concern is with the conditions that make people sick in the first place, the social determinants of health. When we launched the WHO Commission on Social Determinants of Health in Chile, the then Director General of WHO, J.W. Lee, said that when the Commission reported in 2008, it would be 60 years after the founding of WHO and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It would be 30 years after the Alma-Ata Declaration of Health for All. And he said, we would hope for a similar ringing declaration from the Commission. We said we wanted to create a movement for health equity. And I think there's some evidence that we've done that. We said on the cover of the WHO report, social injustice is killing people on a grand scale. This comes from one of the regional reports we did. We've done it for the European region, for the Americas, American Health Organization, and for the so-called Eastern Mediterranean region. And my three messages are dignity, freedom, and hope. Let me talk about that. Dignity. We quoted Nelson Mandela, overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity, it's an act of justice. It's the protection of fundamental human rights, the right to dignity and a decent life. I think that the right to dignity and a decent life are closely intermeshed, create the conditions for people to lead lives of dignity, and you will create the condition for better health and narrower health inequalities. Let me show you an example of what's been going on in England. You may be aware that we have an election going on at the moment in the UK. And it's to some extent about what happened in the UK. This is the example of England, as a consequence of austerity. So look at women. These are people in the least deprived decile, the least deprived 10%, and different regions of the country. And over this period from 2010 to 2018, the regional differences were quite small for people in the least deprived decile. If you're rich, it doesn't matter where you live. Life expectancy was improving over that period, and the regional differences were quite small. Now look at the most deprived 10%. If you're poor, it matters a great deal where you live. The regional differences are much bigger. Life expectancy was going up in London and going down in virtually every region outside London. So before the pandemic crashed upon us in 2020, life expectancy improvement had slowed, inequalities in health had got bigger, and life expectancy for the poorest people was going down. That's where we were pre-pandemic. We did a calculation that I've wanted to do for a long time. If you classify people by where they live, classify where they live by level of deprivation, then the greater the deprivation, the higher the mortality. So we said, instead of focusing on the very poor with their high mortality, what about having a look at the rich with their low mortality? And by that I mean, if you make the assumption that the higher mortality of everyone who is more deprived than the best of 10%, that mortality is excess, because if they had the same low level of deprivation of the best of, they'd have the same low level of mortality. That means you can see the excess deaths increase with increasing deprivation. And we calculated that if you compare 2009-10 with the subsequent decade, there were 1 million excess deaths linked to deprivation in the UK, given that there were about 200,000 during the pandemic due to COVID. The excess deaths linked to deprivation are bigger than the excess deaths linked to COVID. And there would have been excess deaths in the previous decade, but the excess increased during the decade of austerity, of withdrawal of government funding from services. And the excess was 148,000. Arguably, 148,000 deaths over the period from 2009 to 2020 were attributable to austerity. And then in the first year of the pandemic, there were a further 28,000 excess
Y
deaths.
además hubo 28.000 muertes en exceso adicionales.
In my 2010
Ahora,
report, I coined the phrase proportionate universalism. I was trying to combine two ideas. A Nordic approach to social policies, you have universalist social policies. A more British approach is you have means-tested benefits. You focus on the worst off. So I said, let's combine them, have universalist policies with effort proportionate to need. So if this is the social distribution and say life expectancy, there's a gradient. If you focus only on the worst off, you miss the health disadvantage of people who are above that threshold of intervention, but have worse health than those above. So we said, universalist policies with effort proportionate to need. What did we get post-2010 in the decade of austerity? Each dot is a local authority in England, and life expectancy in 2010-12 on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, we've got the reduction in local authority spending power. The shorter the life expectancy in 2010-12, the steeper the reduction in local authority spending power up to 2019-20. In what moral universe could that be justified? The sicker the community, the more money we'll take away from them in order to make them even sicker, which is what happened. So this is effort inversely proportionate to need. The shorter the life expectancy, the greater the need. The greater the need, the more money that was withdrawn. this well-known graph looking at life expectancy against GDP per capita on a log scale. And you can see that life expectancy seems to improve with increasing national income until you get up to this kind of level, Costa Rica, Chile. And then there's very little improvement. And this is a log scale going all the way up to the United States. Once you get up to that $20,000 per person GDP level, getting richer as a country is not the way to get better health. It's what you do with the money. It's investing in the social determinants of health that really matters. As an illustration, this is what happened during 2 years of the pandemic, the first 2 years. This is life expectancy in the USA. It declined quite sharply in the 2 years of the pandemic, and comparing it with 19 peer countries, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Germany, England, and Wales, we didn't do very well. But up here, Korea, Norway, Sweden, Spain, Italy, France, did much better during the pandemic. And the social gradient that I described in the UK, we see everywhere. This is from Porto Alegre in Brazil, cardiovascular mortality by the socioeconomic level of the district, high, medium, low, low, and attributable deaths, a bit like we did in our UK calculation. It's saying that if you live in a district with a socioeconomic level lower than the best of, that excess mortality is attributable to having a lower socioeconomic level. And those attributable deaths account for 45% of cardiovascular deaths. So the inequalities are absolutely key. I've been particularly concerned with child poverty. This is from UNICEF, looking at OECD countries. And over the decade from 2010 to 2020, the UK had the biggest increase in child poverty of 39 countries. So when our current government boasts that they've been good for child poverty, no, they haven't. The data show that that's wrong. We've had the steepest increase of 39 countries in relative poverty. If you look at a measure of absolute destitution, then child poverty has been going up there as well. And if we look in from our commission in the Americas, the coverage of social safety net programs in the poorest quintile and under 5 mortality. The greater the coverage of social safety net, the lower the under 5 mortality. There's Dominican Republic, Honduras, and the Uruguay looking pretty good. Percent of the population without access to improved water sources and under 5 mortality. So basic things like clean water make a real difference, as does social protection. Conditional cash transfer programs, which have been a Latin American invention. A recent meta-analysis, 2023, looked at the impact of giving money to poor families on mortality of adults as well as children, women and men. Look at this. Giving money to poor people reduces their mortality risk over time. In fact, the impact on mortality in adults was, if anything, greater than the impact of 5-year-old children. Who would have thought putting money to poor people makes them healthier? And if you look at the Gini coefficient of income inequality and the change, these data come from ECLAC, the change through direct social spending and in-kind transfers, direct transfers. So big reduction in the Gini coefficient in Argentina, somewhat less in Mexico, and smaller in El Salvador with limited social protection. So government policy can make a real difference to income inequality. I'm now co-chairing a new council on inequality, AIDS, and pandemics. We launched it in Brazil with Winnie Bianim, the chief executive of UNAIDS. The countries with higher rates of income inequality have higher rates of death from COVID-19, of AIDS, and of HIV infection. And look at this, the impact of academic on life expectancy by ethnicity in New York. So this is life expectancy. The Hispanic paradox. Hispanics have longer life expectancy than non-Hispanic whites. But then came the pandemic and the steep fall in life expectancy in Hispanics and non-Hispanic blacks. So it affected ethnic minorities to a much greater extent than it affected whites. In Brazil, while white people have seen falling rates of HIV, black people face rising rates in recent years. And social protection makes a difference. If we look again at Brazil, AIDS incidence, the pink is no strong social protection. The blue is strong social protection. AIDS mortality, TB incidence, TB mortality. Social protection modeling makes a big difference to AIDS incidence and mortality, TB incidence and mortality. And COVID mortality, these are data from Lima, Peru. Much higher COVID mortality in metropolitan areas than in rural areas. And if we look by poverty, the poor metropolitan areas, much higher COVID mortality than non-poor, which in turn are higher than the regional and rural areas. Freedom. I talked about dignity. Freedom. Amartya Sen famously said, the success of an economy and a society cannot be separated from the lives that members of the society are able to lead. We not only value living well and satisfactory, but also appreciate having control over our life. Agency, empowerment, a key. And I've been interested in intergenerational equity. One way of looking at intergenerational equity is to look at social mobility. So if in Denmark, we ask, how many generations does it take to go from low income, the bottom desk, to the median at the current rate of social mobility? In Denmark, it would take 2 generations. In Finland, Norway, and Sweden, it would take 3 generations. Australia, OECD, the UK, and the United States, 5 generations. Brazil, 9 generations. Why this difference? Because there's a close relation between the degree of income inequality and intergenerational mobility. The greater the distance between the rungs of the ladder, the more difficulty there is of getting from one to the next. Part of that is education. If you look in the Americas at education, This is completion rate for upper secondary education for indigenous and non-indigenous people in Bolivia, in Brazil, in Colombia, Ecuador, Uruguay, Peru less so, Mexico a bit less so. But in most countries, indigenous people have lower completion rates for secondary education. Social mobility will be more difficult for them. And let me just touch briefly, a particular Latin American problem is homicide rate, very high in Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico particularly. If we look at violence against women, rates of femicide in Latin America, look at Honduras, particularly high, Dominican Republic, El Salvador. This is 2019, 2020, and 21. So some countries have particular high rates, and there's almost certainly undercounting here. That's all pretty depressing. I talk about the importance of dignity and freedom. Where does hope come from in the dreadful state we find the world? Well, I'll show you where I get hope from. Local action. As the chair mentioned in introducing me, in England, my recommendations, which were national, have been taken up by more than 40 local authorities. Coventry declared itself a Marmot city. Greater Manchester declared itself a Marmot city region. Cheshire and Merseyside, Lancashire and Cumbria, Luton, a Marmot town, Waltham Forest, a Marmot borough, more than 40 with a number of different places that have approached us. We may well have 50 by the end of the year. All Marmot places taking my recommendations, and just to repeat them, give every child the best start in life, education and lifelong learning, employment and working conditions. Number 4, having at least the minimum income necessary for a healthy life. Number 5, healthy and sustainable places in which to live and work. And number 6, taking a social determinants approach to prevention. So these places have taken those 6 and have made them part of social policy. When the leader of the opposition, Keir Starmer, the Labour opposition, launched his health mission, the supporting document said the next Labour government will amplify the approach of Marmot cities like Greater Manchester and Coventry by making England a Marmot country, tackling the social inequalities that influence health. You can see why I might have some interest in the outcome of the election on July the 4th. This does give me hope. Let me finish with a quote from Václav Havel. You remember he was the first president of post-communist Czechoslovakia. He'd been a playwright, a dissident. He'd been in prison for his dissident activities. And he distinguished between hope and optimism. Optimism is a prediction about the future. Havel said, hope is not prognostication. It's not a prediction. It's an orientation of the spirit, an ability to work for something because it is good, not just because it stands a chance to succeed. What my colleagues and I are doing is working with hope, an ability to work for something because it's good, not just because it stands a chance to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marmot. La verdad, su comentario.
Truly, your comments, your vision about these three major concepts of dignity, freedom, and hope really set the direction of our conversation, and mainly because they are linked to what this means in the right of persons to quality of life and other environment, social determinants. They are highly inspiring, and they have been in these 40 communities in the UK. Hopefully that will continue in its process. We'll go over some of the questions that we have received in Zoom, in the chat, for the conversation with you. We have several concerns from the participants. And he is going to now ask in English.
In Panama, we assess priorities among all the persons, and healthcare came fourth after financial security, food security, and breaking unwanted loneliness. In a pilot, we took a silver economy and a social innovation perspective to address social determinants of health and created an intergenerational, community-based silver economy ecosystem. Now we are advocating to broaden as a smart intergenerational community that cares. How can we use a Marmot City model to validate silver economy as an innovative approach to address social determinant of health?
Well, the first thing to recognize is that the issues that people are most concerned about, financial security, food security, loneliness, those are determinants of health. So when health comes forth, it's probably because people are thinking about health care, not health. And those financial security, food security, loneliness are key determinants of health. And that relates to the Marmot City idea. The key drivers to getting a Marmot Place going come from the city authorities, not just public health or the health and care system. In Coventry, it was the chief executive of the city government and the political leader. And then they got multi-sectoral action. They got education, housing, transport, the police, the fire and rescue sector, the voluntary and community sector. And we've just kicked off 2 years of work in Scotland. And when I was talking to them in Scotland, and I said it is important to have charismatic leadership on the one hand and engage the local population on the other. And they said to me, this is Scotland. We don't do charisma. Well, okay. But we need leadership and we need to engage the local population. They're both vital. And then we need multi-sectoral action. Just to say, I was in Panama a few years ago, trying hard to interest people in this kind of approach. So I'm only too pleased if it's something you're going to contemplate.
Thank you very much for your answer. I have 3 more questions. I will make it in Spanish.
One question, when you raise the analysis about ethnicity, and it so happens that the Afro population has health conditions that are worse, is it because of the ethnic condition or the social condition? How to prioritize interventions? Question number 2, in the case of Brazil, the increase of contamination, or rather HIV contagion, and that is the result of public policy, social work, and sensitization or awareness creation. There is a 50% of Black population in Brazil. How do you think that the data on diseases like HIV can be separated from the structural racism that we live in the country? Number 3, Chile. Chile is a country with a high life expectancy and high per capita income. Could it be associated with results in health, like mental health, that you live more, longer, but in a society with a poor mental health? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Very important questions. The question of ethnicity, I said we have 6 domains of recommendations. We've now added 2. Deal with racism, discrimination, and their consequences. Number 7. And number 8 is tackle environmental sustainability and health equity together. So to come back to number 7, tackle racism, discrimination, and their outcomes, we are planning to publish a big report on structural racism and health in September. It was commissioned by the City of London. And we spent a lot of time thinking about your question. And our approach is twofold. It's pretty clear that racism damages health directly. The experience of discrimination and racism is a hazard to health, psychosocially and in other ways. Secondly, big indirect effect through the social determinants of health. Racism can damage health because people of particular ethnicities are poorer. We showed you the figures for Indigenous people and non-Indigenous in completion of secondary education. So both of these pathways are important. The direct effect of racism and what we're calling the indirect effect through the social determinants of health. And part of the debate, if you have poverty reduction, given that people of African descent in the Americas and Indigenous people are more likely to be poor, that would differentiate them. But we're saying that's you've got to tackle the direct impact of racism as well. And that relates to the second question about Brazil. When I first met people from Brazil decades ago, they told me, "Oh no, we have no racism in Brazil. We're all one happy family." And that was really a major delusion. It may be a delusion. It may be people thought that, but it's clearly not. It's not what the data shows. The legacy of slavery in Brazil is very strong and has persisting impacts. And so what I said in response to the first question, I think is highly relevant to Brazil. And I showed you the example of what's happening to HIV going up in Black people in Brazil and going down in whites. Clear differentiation. And I would take that two-pronged approach. I've thought a lot about Chile. Why is Chile got such good life? Because the Gini coefficient in Chile is very high. It's not that Chile is got an equal distribution of income. It's very high in Chile. And so why is it doing so well? Well, now you can tell me I'm naive, but when President Lagos became a member of the WHO Commission for Social Determinants of Health, he talked to us about Chile Solidario. He said proudly that, this is back in the 2005, 6, 7 time, he said of the people entering university in Chile, Today, he said, the majority come from families where no one has been to university before. That I'd like to think that Chile's pretty well developed social protection systems, access to education, is a way of protecting against the negative impact of income inequality, so that Chile has good socially protective mechanisms. For example, I showed you that slide, the coverage of social protection for people in the bottom 20% is related to low under 5 mortality. So that would be consistent with what I'm saying. I showed you the slide from Brazil about social protection and HIV and tuberculosis. So I think the fact that Chile, for some considerable time in its history, has had good social protection may be a reason for the long life expectancy in Chile.
Thank you very much for your answers. Tenemos otra pregunta.
We have other questions from the room, so I invite, please raise them directly with a microphone, please.
Good afternoon, good morning. Professor Marmot, thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting and a real honor to have you here with us virtually. I would just like to ask you, or if you could explain in more detail, you showed us that a graph in which the lowering social expenditure was translated into worse health outcomes, and then how the size of GDP does not determine the health equality, in terms that it's not about the amount of money the country has, but how it is spent. And in this sense, I would like to ask you if you could explain to us how this has been translated into the marketplaces, and also the cumulative impact of social determinants of health, and how this is not a one-time intervention, but something that needs to be held through the time. And thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you for inviting me. My only sadness is that I'm not with you in person. Whenever I visited Chile, I've enjoyed it enormously. Let me give you the example of the UK, if you forgive me. In 2010, public sector expenditure was 42% of gross domestic product, 42%. Over the decade of austerity, that 42% became 35%. Public sector expenditure was reduced by 7% of GDP. 7% of GDP. Our GDP today, 2023, is about 2.5, 2.7 trillion pounds. 7% of that is 188 billion pounds at today's prices. Public sector expenditure was reduced at today's price annually by 188 billion pounds, $200 billion US dollars. I mean, this is gigantic. This is enormous. So, and the supposed rationale for doing this was it would grow the economy. We had the worst economic growth of the G7 countries. So it didn't grow the economy. In fact, our productivity growth was worse than most G7 countries. Our economy didn't grow, and we did great damage to the infrastructure. Now, given that context, you might say, if your budget, if you're in Liverpool, in the city of Liverpool, you may have a great football team. If you're in the city of Liverpool and your budget has been reduced by 40%, you might say to Mama, go away, come back when we've got some more money. But they don't say that. The mayor of Liverpool and the mayor of Liverpool says, I want Liverpool to be the best place in the UK to live. The mayor of Sheffield says, I want Sheffield to be the healthiest place in the UK. So these political leaders of cities are not saying, you've cut our budget, there's nothing we can do. What they're saying is, let's take your recommendations and see how we can do the best job of applying them locally. Now, I would like the national government to come in behind us. If child poverty has gone up from 27% to 30%, it makes the job of Liverpool and Manchester much harder. It would be much better if child poverty was getting less. The example from Panama, 1 in 5 households in the UK, 1 in 5 households with children are in a state of food insecurity. In the UK, 1 in 5 households in 2024, 1 in 5 households are in a state of food insecurity. So I'd like the national settlement to make things easier. But with all that I've said about austerity, we've got these 40 plus marmot places to say, we're going to do it with the resources that we have. That's why I'm hopeful.
Thank you very much. Your comment for the last answer makes me remember some of the studies that we have been doing here in Latin America and also in countries in Africa related to the cost of the double burden of malnutrition, especially in the last information that you said to us. And what we have found in this kind of studies is that the cost of the double burden in terms of impacts in health and economy and education grows up to 16% of GDP in Guatemala, for example. So this is just to highlight how big is the inequality and how big is the impact of inequality in terms of economic issues. So as you have said, this is not just reducing money for the expenditure. We are having problems with the life expectancy, and we are having a problem with life and human rights. So the issue that human rights are related to economy, and economy is related to human rights, maybe it's important to have this always in mind. Not is usually we used to say we make an investment and we hope that we have profits and externalities, maybe good or bad for social issues. But as we have said yesterday in the meeting, how can we put these externalities as the main issue related to the other? And you are saying it very clearly, so thank you very much from my side. ¿Tenemos más comentarios?
We now offer the floor.
We don't have more comments from our side.
Well,
As for your last comments, Sir Marmot, thank you very much. The floor is yours, Mr. Marmot, for last comments.
Okay. I was waiting for something. So let me just say, I was in Salvador, Brazil, last month, earlier this month, for the G20 Health Working Group. And it was a health and economics working group. I've been engaged in an argument with economists for decades, because the classic economist argument is you've got to improve health in order to get economic growth. And the classic public health argument is you've got to improve economic and social conditions to get better health. So I've been engaged in that argument. It's not a very helpful argument in a way, because what suddenly dawned on me was, okay, I'll accept it. It's important to improve health, so people can work and contribute to the economy, reduce the burden on the economy. But if you want to improve health, you've got to invest in the social determinants of health. So, this sort of dawned on me after decades of argument that, hang on, we're on the same page here. That if you invest in the social determinants of health, you'll improve health. That will reduce the burden on society, and it will have other benefits. To give you one example, if you look at young people in prison, the majority have diagnosed mental illness. Young people without mental illness don't end up in prison. Now, we know that half of the lifetime onset of mental illness happens by age 40. And the evidence is pretty good that if you invest in the social determinants of health in childhood, you can prevent a great deal of mental illness. So, my recommendation for improving health by improving early child development, the likelihood is you'll have lower rates of mental illness, and you'll have fewer young people committing crime and getting locked up in prison. So there'll be other benefits, quite apart from productivity, a better educated workforce and the like. So what we're really talking about is improving society. One of the key measures will be improved health and reduced health inequalities.
Thank you very much, Professor Marmot. Muchísimas gracias por su...
Thank you very much, Professor Marmot. Thank you very much for your enlightening thoughts and reflections. I think that today, at this first panel with this keynote speech, we are inspired, deeply inspired for the rest of our work today. We invite you, if you can, to stay with us during the next sessions, a working session, and I bid farewell with this great round of applause. Thank you so much.
Le paso ahora.
I now hand over to Raquel, who will be moderating. Thank you, Rodrigo. Once more, thank you for being here with us. I thank the authorities, our colleagues, representatives from civil society and other organizations. Welcome to this panel number 2, the second day of our event on social development, having to do with gaps and obstacles to inclusive, sustainable social development. Let me bring you some announcements. We have a full room here and more than 150 persons that are connected online. We do have simultaneous interpretation, English, Spanish, and sign language as well. In this panel, we have a special survey. I invite you to answer the questions. My colleagues will upload that, and we also have a QR code with that survey. This morning's panel aims at bringing the relationship between the structural pillars of social inequality, the determinants and the gaps in health in terms of access and outcome. Looking at the structural nature of these differences, we have speakers that are authorities that will be talking about the obstacles that are brought by this inequality and that prevent a sustainable, inclusive social development. We'll also talk about the reforms and efforts that the countries in the region are conducting in their health systems to overcome the effects of inequality over health and well-being. We have two speakers, Maria Luigi Marino from ECLAC and Solar from the World Health Organization, or PAHO, from PAHO actually. And we will also have Ms. Saida Rovira from Ecuador. So in order to begin, we'll give the floor immediately to Maria Luisa Marinho, who will be talking about inequality and health in Latin America and the Caribbean. Key dimensions for going forward towards a sustainable, inclusive social development. She is a socialist from the London School of Economics and has a PhD from Warwick University. She works in social development from ECLAC, and she's a technical focal point in disabilities, and she's also in charge of health division. Maria Luisa Marinho has worked at ECLAC in Mexico, and she did research on labor conditions of women and social stratification in Mexico. She has provided assistance on the 2030 agenda. Before coming to ECLAC, she was researcher in public sector, and she has worked at UN towards development in Chile. Thank you, Raquel, and thank you all who are here with us in this panel. A special bring greetings to Minister Rovira from Ecuador here with us, and Undersecretary Salgado. Thank you both for being here with us. My presentation has to do with health and inequality in the region, and the main challenge is to go towards inclusive and sustainable social development. This is part of the project on development account at UN that we're implementing at our own division at ECLAC. This is called Resilient System Health with Universal Coverage in Latin America and the Caribbean. In that project, we have the participation of Chile, Guatemala, Colombia, and Mexico. It's a project that has reached different dimensions. One of the things that we have created is precisely a document on health and health inequality that was prepared last year together with Alberto Almenda and Mr. Aguale from Social Development Department. We have much of that in my presentation. I asked Mr. Faria, Ms. Faria, and the others who have collaborated in this. The main messages of this presentation, and I will take 20 minutes, by the way.
We begin with this notion that social inequality in the region is very inefficient and unfair, but also inefficient in different aspects. And this is linked to dimensions that go beyond income and include health as one of the key dimensions. So this is also in keeping with the previous presentation. Now, the development model, as we have mentioned, the health inequalities arise from the development model, and they also have an impact on health through the social determinants of health. The presentation will delve deeper into that, so for those of you who are not so familiar with this concept. Now, one way of being able to address the inequalities related to health from the social determinants would be through the connection between health and social protection, focusing specifically on primary health care as a strategic area to implement integral health policies, as Professor Marmot mentioned earlier. That is, how can we have an impact on those aspects that have a direct impact on health, but that are not specifically health services? Now, of course, in keeping with this coordination or linkages, what we see from ECLAC is that it's urgent to consolidate universal, integral, sustainable, resilient health systems, considering the different dimensions involved in these reforms. Now, in that regard, investing in health is truly a strategy that helps inclusive social development strategies, but another key element that would help reduce the different dimensions of inequality we see throughout the region. To begin, health is central to making progress with sustainable, inclusive development. And when we analyze existing data, as well as in keeping with the literature out there and different studies and the experience that we had during the COVID-19 pandemic, we know that health is a central component for inclusive development and economic development and environmental sustainability. During the pandemic, we witnessed how the levels of poverty and inequality rose, that there was also a negative impact on learning processes and the educational system. There was also historic market increase in unemployment, a decline in the GDP, just to name a few of the impacts of the pandemic and a health crisis that started in the health sector, but that spread throughout the other sectors of society. Now, we know that this also has an impact in more concrete terms in other areas. If we look at the 2030 agenda, we can look at the impact of this on SDG 3, for example. That's why we say investing in health contributes to attaining SDG 3, but it also contributes to attaining the other SDGs. We know that students who enjoy good health, who have appropriate nutritional signs and do not get sick and can go to class, do better and have less illness. And we also know that they do better economically. Those people who are in good health can perform well at work, for example. Moreover, in order to break this vicious cycle between poverty and poor health, health is key. So with regard to this first dimension, it's important to understand how health contributes to the other dimensions, but we also know that the other dimensions have an impact on health through the social inequality matrix and the social determinants of health. Now, in this realm, we also know that income is a significant determinant of health outcomes. Despite the various efforts by the countries throughout the region, access to health continues to be unequal. And when you look at income, you can see the different coverage with regard to vaccination, immunization of boys and girls up until age 1. You can see the difference between the different quintiles. There are a range of different situations in the region that we can see here. In addition to the differences between the countries, there are significant gaps. You see Haiti at 46% to 87% between the different quintiles. So there's differences between countries and inside of countries per se. Now, differences in immunization during the first year of life, we also know that this may have an impact on their lifelong development. You can see everything here in this slide. Inequality in health. Inequalities in health are related to the various development strategies. Now, what are the inequalities in health? What do we think constitute inequalities? These are certain unnecessary, unfair inequalities. They're not biological, but rather they are the result of what we are not doing in society. And that's why it's related to injustice. These are aspects related to the outcomes and access. Now, these inequalities are inherently related to the social determinants of health, some of which we have listed on this slide. For example, income, poverty, access to quality education, access to quality health, access to dignified housing, labor inclusion, access to social protection, as mentioned by Professor Marmot. Now, this is the framework we use to imprint the multidimensional aspect of the social determinants of health. And these same determinants are related to the social inequality determinants, and that reproduced in keeping with the structure of society. For example, These are related to the social inequality matrix, are related to socioeconomic level, ethnic, racial condition, gender, life cycle, disability, territory, etc. And the social inequality matrix corresponds to the consequences of the region's productive system or development structure. This is also related to weak institutional arrangements, weak social policies, structural heterogeneity, and other aspects. The individual health results are a condition of structural aspects. It's not risk behaviors, but rather this outcomes in health are related to aspects that go beyond individuals' will. And this presentation will aim to emphasize the importance of moving towards comprehensive policies that would allow us to take into consideration the structural aspects that are quite complex. The same applies to access. Timely access to quality health care is also tied to structural pillars within the social inequality matrix. Here we can see on this graph coverage for prenatal care, and this is defined as at least 4 prenatal visits, and this is according to educational level. For the 14 countries in the region, we can see that there are different gaps, of course. Again, we see a great deal of heterogeneity here, and what we know here is that there's a social component that plays a greater role when there's less access to education. You see less access to healthcare. This is something we see under other indicators. I'm not going to show them all because I don't have time, but we can also see how this is related to other indicators. For example, professionally birth that is attended to by professionals. And here we see that it's important to guarantee the right to health to individuals, but also to make progress in terms of the conditions that one experiences over life. Health is a condition, and it translates. Economic situation is a condition that translates into health. Next slide refers to the outcomes in health. Here you can see how outcomes in health in terms of life expectancy upon birth are related to social determinants. For example, labor inclusion. Countries with a higher informal labor market have higher access to mortality. During the pandemic, for example, we saw that. And this is related to the living conditions of individuals. Also, again, it's important to mention how we need to make progress with regard to higher rates of labor inclusion, because this does have an impact on individuals' health. And we know that if you have individuals with better health, they will be able to better contribute to the labor market. They will be more productive. With regard to health systems, as I said earlier on, access to health is one of the main social determinants of health. As a result, it's important to guarantee the financial sustainability of health systems in order to guarantee the health of the population. You see individuals with less access to health have a higher mortality rate for age 5, up to age 5. And for children under age 5. Countries that the recommendation of the WHO states that countries invest 6% of their GDP in public health spending, and that helps to reduce the mortality rate of children under age 5 and improves overall health results of the population. Let's talk a bit about inequality with regard to health. Again, a lack of solidarity with regard to funding in the health systems in the region translates into a great deal of out-of-pocket spending for individuals. They have to directly take money out of their family or individual budget to have access to health, and this For example, is usually used for co-payments or purchasing medication or outpatient services. This often puts up hurdles for accessing quality healthcare and increases inequality. We see that on average, the households in Latin America and the Caribbean allocate 30%. She speaks herself. 30% of total spending in health comes from out-of-pocket spending. This is very high when you compare to OECD countries, where this figure is 18.4% compared to 30%. And of course, this ends up causing many different obstacles and hurdles related to health. It also results in catastrophic impoverishing expenses. In other words, the expenses that sometimes the households need to allocate, the money they need to allocate to health may actually put them under the poverty line or closer to the poverty line, even if they are already poor. So in order to address this situation, what we propose at ECLAC is to strengthen health systems with a specific emphasis on primary health care and coordinating and linking this with other sectors. So considering the central role of health for inclusive, sustainable development, we recommend universal systems where coverage and access are universal, and then access to health services is not reliant on individuals' ability to pay. Also, we foster a comprehensive or integral health systems, and that the integral in the sense that this may be linked to other sectors and social policies. Also, these systems should be sustainable in that they may meet the guarantee of universal coverage and quality care, and take into consideration financial sustainability for the different generations. For example, today's generation the system needs to be financially sustainable for today's generation to have an impact on the future generation. Moreover, with regard to healthcare systems, they need to be able to adapt to crises. For example, during the COVID pandemic that occurred, but not entirely, some health systems it was necessary for some health systems to stop servicing some diseases in order to cover the needs of COVID-19. The goal is for systems to actually be able to handle crises without interrupting their regular services.
What I was mentioning with regards to primary health care is that is viewed as a fundamental aspect to reduce inequality in health, but not only in health, but likewise in other dimensions. And thus it holds a strategic place in the articulation that the health system may have with other sectors. This strategic position is, first of all, due to the impact that it has upon inequality. Secondly, because it enables a significant and speedy expansion of coverage of health systems. It also generates a political consensus, and nobody argues the key role played by primary health care. And finally, because it has a fiscal magnitude which is affordable. It's not the same as investing in new hospitals than strengthening the primary health care system. The PAHO recommends that we spend 30% of public expenditure in primary health care. But what we do and what is included in the document that we have published with Alberto Arenas and others is that indeed when public expenditure in health is low, despite the fact that countries spend 30% in primary health care, the per capita amount is very low because it is dealing with a total which is very small and insufficient, and therefore we view the need to increase investment in this space, which is regarded as strategic, in order to make headway with the various aspects of social and inclusive development. And in that sense, and this was mentioned by Professor Marmot in his presentation, the importance that social protection has. We believe that indeed within that scope, articulation can be very beneficial both to guarantee the right to health of the population and also to overcome poverty and reduce inequalities. What we view here is that indeed this comprehensive nature of policies that need to improve the health of people. When we coordinate primary healthcare with social protection systems, that becomes a very strategic space in order to make headway with the comprehensive nature of policies. On the one hand, social protection has a direct impact upon social determinants of health, and likewise, primary healthcare considers an approach of social determinants of health that includes the reduction of social inequality and poverty, and thus we generate a virtuous cycle between both that we believe is a space that must be enhanced by countries. But indeed, in order to make progress in the strengthening of primary healthcare in a coordinated fashion with other sectors of social protection or with other social sectors, and the reforms that requires, this is something that we saw yesterday during the presentation on pensions. Indeed, what we require is to cater for different dimensions that make programs, projects, or reforms feasible. In that sense, we not only highlighted the technical dimension, which is the discussion on the model that we want to establish, but the financial dimension also in terms of the cost of the reforms and its financial sustainability, the institutional dimension in the sense that to what extent does the present health institutional framework enable that reform, also the political dimension, because we must take into consideration political and economic interests that are relevant. As mentioned by Professor Marmot, we saw the importance of politicians in these Marmot areas, the political commitment on the part of mayors, I can't remember their names, but their commitment is what at the end of the day enables these initiatives to be feasible. And of course, a communicational dimension, the public communication to advance in the direction of these requirements to acquire the social consensus that is needed. And in terms of what we obtain from this approach is the need to invest in sustainable, resilient, and comprehensive systems, not only to guarantee the right to health of the population, but also to reduce inequalities in the different dimensions, social inequalities, and to advance towards inclusive social development. And in that sense, I would like to highlight the impact that health has. This approach makes sense when we view the impact that social inequalities have upon health through what we have already seen, the primary axis of the social inequality matrices, in order to generate a comprehensive policies geared towards reducing inequalities in health. And that will lead to externalities that will also contribute to social inequalities. And of course, in that sense, we would like to highlight or emphasize rather the space held by primary health care, guaranteeing the right to health, but also contributing to reducing inequalities, to eradicate poverty, and the impact of enhancing synergies between primary health and social protection systems with financial sustainability, guaranteeing the coverage and the sufficiency of access and coverage of health, and with the ability to respond to all the crises and changes, because they are all looming ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria Luisa, especially for being on time. And to highlight with data and clear evidence this invitation to invest in primary healthcare in order to reduce inequalities in health, and also to guarantee this right to reduce poverty and to deal with inequalities. Now I'd like to invite Oriele Solar, who is online and who will deliver a presentation called The Social Determinants of Health and Their Key Role in Order to Overcome Inequality. Oriana Solar is the head of the unit of social determinants and promotion of health in the social determinants and health equity of the Pan American Health Organization. Please, Oriana, you have the floor.
Oriana, ¿nos escucha?
Oriel, can you hear us?
Usted tiene el micrófono apagado.
I think your microphone is off. Your microphone is still muted.
No sé si desde acá podemos...
Can you see my presentation? Yes, but please put it in presentation mode.
¿Ahí sí?
Can you see it now? Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I thank the organization for inviting me to participate in this activity, and I'll try to convey some additional elements that may contribute to the debate as from the perspective of how we analyze social determinants of health within the framework of the role that we play. The first thing that I would like to highlight is, well, basically to talk about the scope and the significance of health and the social determinants. This is not something different to the conception and to the thinking of social determinants that emphasizes how health is constructed in social terms. That is a debate, an aspect that is still debated in terms of how we conceptualize health. Therefore, the first thing is how can we emphasize that health is a social phenomenon that implies a whole series of public policies? I say this because normally when we talk about public health policies and when we talk about health issues, the issues that concentrate our discussion are primarily viewed in terms of illnesses, access to services, financing aspects, and we're viewed as a ministry for illnesses, and that limits the concept. In the sense that concept as a social process, undoubtedly biological and behavioral aspects are relevant, but material and psychosocial aspects in the life of people is also important, and it's built throughout life trajectories, throughout the working trajectories, and is translated into in intergenerational terms. And therefore, this is a key aspect when it comes to this discussion, because what has prevailed and the conception of health is quite hegemonic and in terms of a biomedical approach to health. And that limits the construction of the development of the construction of models and of inclusive well-being models. That is the first thing that I would like to highlight. And the second thing that has been mentioned already. We had the presentation by Michael. I participated in the institution mentioned by Michael on the social determinants of health, and therefore, when we talk about social determinants and how that is expressed in health and how that impacts people, we worked on a conceptual framework that beyond the different models, frameworks, and approaches, what we have wanted to emphasize within that context and what was highlighted by Michael is that the impact upon the health of people is not only limited to the immediate material circumstances, the housing, the neighborhoods, and the psychosocial factors that we see directly. When we expand the understanding of social determinants of health or the risk factors for health, but this falls within the social position that we have within society, because that social position provides us with access to material resources, it provides us with status in terms of prestige, it provides us a situation in terms of social classes, which was discussed at length yesterday, and it also provides us an experience of discrimination and exclusion with regard to certain conditions, how society builds this in terms of public policies, in terms of social regulations, in structural and in governance terms. And here, the generation of inequalities in health has to do with how a society distributes power and how it redistributes power, and is already expressed in the social position in terms of access to material resources. And within the context of Latin America, that was also mentioned by Michael. And we have an author there from our region, Buenaventura de Sousa. What is also important is that the processes of how we view the presence and the impact upon indigenous populations and upon Afro-descendant populations has an implication with regards to the patterns of colonial domination. On the other hand, the situations that we experience in terms of gender inequality also has an expression with regards to patriarchal architecture, and the expression that he mentioned with regards to the environmental impact and with regards to development processes that we have underway in our region also related to the development models that have prevailed with an important impact, another important impact such as climate change and the impact that this has in terms of social justice and in terms of health. On the other hand, when we look at many of the analyses and the studies on this issue, and there is a lot of data, a lot of evidence and information, I would like to reinforce certain points. Something that is of great concern, and that you're all aware of, is the concern for chronic diseases, non-transmissible diseases, high blood pressure, obesity, and so on. And normally we focus on the importance of physical activity, healthy lifestyles, not to smoke, and so on. This is a longitudinal study that analyzed the risk associated to premature deaths and analyzed that the total causes, cardiovascular diseases, heart diseases, and so on. And what we're showing here is that the psychosocial factors that have a weight regardless of the elements that one associates with behaviors as such. In other words, the implication with regards to impact in health impact for social groups that are more disadvantaged is not only explained because they have less healthy behaviors given the conditions of the environment in which they exist. And that is tremendously important because it implies that the interventions that we must make in order to reduce inequality in this sense is not only related to those spheres, but rather to the fact that we have to analyze these more structural aspects that are limiting the impact that public policies have in this sense. On the other hand, I also bring another example that is related to the intergenerational aspect. And this not only happens in terms of accumulation during the lives of people, but is also expressed in terms of future generations. And an element that has been highlighted and that has been studied at length is the presence of low weight at birth, which is associated primarily to adverse socioeconomic conditions, and that is reflected in these generational steps. The incidence, for example, of metabolic problems as a result of cardiovascular diseases and high blood pressure is greater for boys and girls that are born in conditions of low weight at birth, and that is expressed as a handicap during their life history and in terms of access to health.
Health understood as access to well-being and health. And here there is an idea that's key on how we understand these processes. The relationship with the biologic, with the social, and the social with the biologic. Nancy Krieger, a chairperson from Harvard, who has worked on gender, sexual diversity, has insisted on how to make present at biological level from birth until death those social conditions in which we're in. Therefore, that expression of social inequalities is expressed in the biologic. And there have been important progresses with the genetic development. And when you analyze mechanisms that generate inequality and go to physiopathology or micro level, you see the expression of certain social groups in whom there is an early emergence of chronic diseases that have to do with a more untoward social condition. And that is expressed in pre-genetic aging that is measured with telomerase, and it is linked to chronic inflammatory processes that have been studied in connection with diversity. And they are partially related to unhealthy life. That expression of our genome that is deteriorated by social conditions make a urgent the intervention. They will not be reversible, but they do generate an important handicap for some social groups to reach good health. So, in order to know the groups or territories that are in a disadvantageous position, it's important to know the mechanisms that generate inequality. We haven't treaded sufficient road on that. How? If you analyze the impact on health of results, you know that the system of health care only impacts more 20% and not more. And so most of the health results that have to do with conduct, behavior, concrete material conditions, employment, status, they all play a key role when analyzed in the territory through the identification of small areas, identifying geographies through the zip code. You've seen that public health results have to do with the geographical location, where you live, where you grow, and especially in places where there is territorial segregation. And that territorial presence has to do with our income, with our educational level, with access to services, with possibilities in terms of expression of inequity, inequality, or social exclusion. And it is being expressed in health results. Indeed, the access to services is key because it has a direct impact on mortality of persons, on quality of life of persons, on timely access. But if at the same time the prevalence of many health problems, the quality of life and well-being of persons is strongly related with those conditions that are out of the direct access to health service. If we analyze child mortality issues that has been studied associated to mothers' education, and there is a strong link there, that does not explain sufficiently about some aspects of intervention on mortality. We know that if there is low education, there are certain informal employment conditions for many women, and the process that concentrates regarding migration processes and informal settlements and households are situations that do explain those results in health. And therefore, we need to identify interventions. It has been said, and we reiterate this interdependence between the health system and the other SDGs. We cannot advance in health at certain time if we don't have progress in the other SDGs. And just as it has been said, the progress in public health do have a repercussion in the other SDGs. And these three dimensions that make up sustainable growth, economics, environmental sustainability are key in the process of public health construction. What are we doing or driving? And I'll give you some examples on interventions or visions regarding this approach. Firstly, I would like to highlight COVID and vulnerability. I bring this because the COVID brought enormous learning for different governments, countries, communities, and agencies. And one of the concerns we had in the process was that when we spoke of COVID vulnerability, once again, as a preeminent condition was a vulnerability associated to individual risk with an important impact on mortality, having to do with non-communicable chronic diseases, elderly persons, communicability, children. That was not necessarily expressed on how we're seeing in the territories the prevalence of impacted groups. How are we understanding vulnerability? From the public health standpoint, vulnerability is concentrated very often in the biological attributes and not the social ones. And therefore, how do we incorporate social vulnerability insofar as prioritizing the groups in which we want to focus? How do we understand those groups insofar as being deferred from access? And as what I was saying, individual vulnerability or individual characteristics of people as to disease burden, there were situations that we saw in COVID that there were pre-existing structural elements that gave certain groups a situation of higher risk. For example, the world of informal jobs, many non-compliances. It was impossible to comply for those that have a daily income lacking protection, or for those that you asked them to stay at home, lockdown, and the overcrowding, it was enormous. For risk, that is. Same thing as to certain impact of measures that have undesired effects for certain territories. In this framework, based on the lessons learned in the pandemic, the organization launched how to accelerate achievements. And that has been a key point in the agenda of this social determinants for equity defined by Dr. Barbosa, trying to place this emphasis in public health. And this launches a policy to recover progress in achieving sustainable development goals with sustainability. And it has 5 lines of action. Intersectoral work, that's the first one. Policies, plans, and programs emphasize social participation of community, underscore the role of local governance in the response of public policy, and not only as implementers, but also reinforce the monitoring and evaluation system. In intersectoral action, when we consider this, it's not only about the needs of state efficiency, optimization of resources, but also from the health, it has to do the multiplicity and complexity of health problems. It involves different players and public policies to be effective. And this is related to results in health inequity. We cannot progress if we don't have coordinated policies with 8 sectors. How the employment policy impacts, or housing has an impact on health. Social development policies have an impact on health policies. And for that, we are driving a network at regional level on social participation, where different sectors have been convened, not only from the health system, health area. And we understand that health conditions, there is a role to be played by the other sectors on this matter. Secondly, reorienting policies, plans, and programs of health. Health inequity affects the effectiveness of programs. The non-existence of health equity and barriers to access, but barriers not only associated to organization of services from the supply side, but also those barriers linked to the social conditions where communities are present in the territories, that is translated into barriers for demand, for access to services, compliance of treatment, and so forth. So we are concerned about those populations that never access health. And when they access health, it's late. We are concerned in that there is no prioritization, or that integration mechanisms of social services and health services, it should be an important task in order to achieve better results, especially if we speak about equity in our agenda. And therefore, the strengthening of intersectoral work is central in order to achieve well-being, welfare. Thirdly, participation of community and involvement of civil society. We reiterate this and say it everywhere. It was very important in the COVID context as to the response of organized community vis-a-vis difficulties in the public institutions, and also addresses intercultural approach. We believe it's central on how democratization of health involves strengthening social participation. And we have been working with networking. We are a trigger or facilitator of processes for the region, and we are interested in leveraging that work with the different institutions, different countries, and especially different agencies. The fourth line is how the lessons learned from the pandemic help us, is how to strengthen local governance. What is the role of local governments? They are closer to the population. They are daily related to territories. There are different capacities, attributions, and mandatory issues are different depending on countries. But there is a reality there that allows us to have convergence of different sectors and a space for social innovation. And therefore, we have strengthened the work with local governments. We have strengthened the trajectory in the region about the movement of districts with town halls and healthy communities. And that has been reinforced. There are more than 3,000 city halls. And there we are facilitating the networking. And we have another meeting in 2024 in Cusco, and the mayors meeting, and these are important spaces to be strengthened. There are several criteria for that local governance and development of health in the territories. The fifth line of action is the monitoring and evaluation in the equitable achievement of SDGs. What's important is to have the social determinants launched by WHO in the region. And we have emphasized that jointly with monitoring health inequality that can be done in a more accurate and better manner, we need to deepen mechanisms that generate the inequality. And that has to do with the social determinants that are linked to that generation of inequality. In this operational framework on monitoring of social determinants, it's central with emphasis in local construction and shedding light and orienting interventions. And final conclusions as to collaborative work. And these are some elements that are central that need to be activated from social impact. We need to reduce or mitigate material deprivation that has an impact on health. There is experience from the point of view of food, housing, but we need to facilitate access and compliance to health treatment through addressing the access barriers associated to social determinants. We need to strengthen integration of social and health services in order to have synergies in actions. We need to leverage possibilities to develop healthy behaviors. And the social contacts and intervention in the environments and accessibility in changing behaviors is key. We need to strengthen participation and social cohesion because this has to do with social cohesion.
We must reduce intergenerational difference. This has been even worse by negative conditions and gender equality. We have to get rid of discrimination that is expressed in different situations. That is part of the agenda as well as the health agenda, but that means that we have to look at the health from a different point of view. Thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias por esta.
Thank you for your excellent presentation and for bringing in a message on how many health indications are related to adverse socioeconomic conditions of the mother or the early onset of chronic diseases, and the importance of understanding this to design effective interventions. Thank you also for sharing some of the strategic lines from PAHO. Let me remind you about the survey for this session. It's you can find it online and at the QR code that is circulating right now. I immediately hand over to our next speaker. We have two authorities from the region that will comment on the presentations that will bring in their experiences in their countries. I give the floor to Osvaldo Salgado, Undersecretary of Essential Networks from Health Ministry, Chile. You have 10 minutes, sir. Thank you. Let me first of all thank you and the organizers for the invitation to participate here in talking about such relevant topics such as the impact of inequality in health and well-being. Health is one of the main concerns of our population. I have also heard the excellent presentations that have been comprehensive and quite coherent. This is really a load of information that is hard to assimilate. It shows interesting ways to thread in facing these challenges. This is a region that is one of the most unequal ones in the world. Here in Chile, even though, yes, we have progressed in income equality, but we still have had a setback of 12 points in the last 15 years, at about 43 in our Gini index this year. So that's a setback, and we do have different inequalities. We have many examples that are proof of that. We have made headway in some indicators such as child mortality, but there are still big differences that are unacceptable. There are groups that have 3 times more child mortality than the privileged sector. Inequality in health affects us tremendously, and that is quite evident in access. For example, we have access difficulties of physical access because so many people live far away from any kind of health facility. Another proof of access difficulties have to do with the long waiting list. We have also a lot of job informality, which we know go against health. We do believe, though, that we have made headway. Chile has a health system that is found throughout the country. There's no place where there's not a rural health assistance, and that's for 60 years now. We have also developed primary care. And by the way, in talking about Professor Marmot's question on the great solidarity we have here in Chile, and why is that, he asked. Well, there are many reasons. One of them is that since the 50s, we've had primary care that focused prenatal and mother care with supplementary nutrition. As a result, birth is attended by professionals of high level. We have also vaccination programs that have been historically very successful. Therefore, that is one of the reasons why the health service has contributed to improving health lifespan. Here in Chile, we are going through a reform process that aims mainly at having a universal primary care. In Chile, we do have primary care, but is geared toward people who are in public health system for NASA. And even in that group, there are persons that don't have access to primary care because they prefer private care. So we do have a gap in coverage in our primary care, both for the group of persons that are under the public system, and also for those who belong to private system, and also for those who belong to the armed forces system. So the system that we have started to set up since last year is one whereby all of the persons who belong or live in the same territory or a certain municipality may have access, just as those who had been registered beforehand. I think that is a big headway. That's one of the main progresses that we have accomplished uh, after we started implementing different health measures. We do understand that all uh, care be delivered to everybody who lives in the territory, and also all promotions and prevention measures that right now are mainly geared towards those who have already registered in the system. So we now have an increase in our budget. We have longer working day schedules, and we have also changed in our perspective in considering people with multiple pathologies. Unfortunately, here in Chile, 20% or a little less of persons have more than 5 chronic pathologies. The problem of these multiple pathologies is part of our difficulties. We are now having a comprehensive focus trying to overcome the individual programs that we had, like diabetes or cardiovascular, when one person is assisted one day for one thing and then he had to go back for the other pathology next day. We do believe that this is a good alternative that is related to what we just heard, that is strengthening health systems based on primary care, especially having in mind the territory. From the presentations I've heard in this event, undoubtedly we have very important things to consider. We have been hearing about the call for primary care for many years now, but the reinforcement of universal care is very important. We have examples that we can bring. We have a proposal for a mental health bill that is right now being debated in Congress. For the first time, we are stressing the importance of other sectors because of how mental health affects individuals. So this means that we're not only talking about measures in our health system, but we're also, through that bill, giving some guidance on education, justice, labor, sports, and others. If that law comes through, it will be a good example on how to face health inequalities. We do understand finally that this is a social phenomenon. So social policies are extremely important in trying to decrease these inequalities. We also heard about the very important things that have to do with power. The social determinants and its discourse is known from the beginning of mankind. The origin of diseases are not always associated to the person, but to externalities, from curses up to other diseases. Sometimes people say, let's look at health, but often there are other things involved. The question is, why is that so difficult to understand? Why is it so difficult to implement? And certainly, this has to do with power and with the development model. We heard here that inequalities are originated in the development model. It seems difficult to change the model of development nowadays. And history also shows that social progress has never been achieved because on a certain day, powerful people say, okay, from now on, we're going to be good people and we will be generous in handing over part of the power. That has never happened in our history. I do believe, I'm convinced that there is a main and fundamental, unavoidable role in social participation, one that is organized with a strong territorial base, and that is the way to counteract this omnipresent social development model. All of the examples that we may recall of improvement have to do with social organization, and this gets power from society to change things. During adverse times, when a diagnosis is required, when policies are required, when intersectorial work is needed, as well as observation and debate in order to change the above mentioned scenario. In each of these processes, from diagnosis, from the preparation of policies, intersectorial work, and oversight to see the implementation, why that is the only way to change that scenario. But in each step, there must be active, powerful participation of organized community. So we're talking about changing what we've been doing in terms of participation. This should be a binding participation, not just informative, not just related to listening and informing, but acting so that people may have power to change their own situation. My last reflection now has to do with the territory. Territory is very powerful, and we have probably not been able to recognize that. For some time now, we've had the concept of antisocial, and this also sets a difference. Even though the policies that are needed at the high level of our state, when finally local execution affects people differently. There are people who have many, many diseases and pathologies, but they feel healthy, they feel okay.
And it's likely that those individuals have access, or we have to allow them to have access to those health assets available in one's territory. And territory in and of itself may lead to good health or bad health. And I think that this new way of thinking is complementary to the concept of social determinants of health. And now, yes, I'm wrapping up. I like that concept of health as an element of all policies, and we no longer really talk about that anymore. So let's revisit that idea, but without planning on having health an organizing element of policy. But I do realize that I think that it also, as mentioned by others, it refers to how an education policy, for example, or a labor policy could have an impact on health. And I definitely think that is worth analyzing. And that's what I have for you. Again, thank you for the invitation and for organizing such an excellent event. Thank you, Mr. Salgado, for those excellent remarks. They are quite in keeping, well, apparently based on the remarks by the people online, this has been quite poignant. You have referred to more general aspects related to social determinants and how health policies are related to high-level decisions. Okay, I understand that you have another commitment, correct? Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Salgado needs to leave. Oh, actually, he will be staying for just a few more minutes. Thank you for being so flexible. All right, then, in order to close this panel, I would like to invite distinguished Madam Minister Saida Rovira, the Minister of Economic and Social Inclusion from Ecuador. Thank you, Madam Minister, for your presence here at this seminar and for your willingness to share the strategic priorities of Ecuador with the various individuals present here today. Thank you. 20 minutes. Thank you. Greetings to all. I would just like to reiterate my appreciation, as mentioned yesterday, and greetings on behalf of my president, Mr. Oloa, to all of you. And again, thank you for allowing me to share this with you as an opportunity to talk about so many key issues for the region. I believe it is very important and interesting that we have a health authority present here today with us who talks about inclusion. I think this is one way to better convey the message that the message provided by the keynote speakers and with regard to integral health processes, comprehensive health processes. Allow me to talk about something that happened in my life many years ago when I was just starting to work in human rights in my country. I had access to talk to families that were significantly affected by a natural disaster in my country, and they came to me, and these individuals were crying, and I think this really marked me and allowed me to go down the path of human rights. And they said, "Listen, why us? Why do we have to be poor? Why do poor people have to go through this?" And I only really understood the meaning of those words years later. They weren't complaining per se. It was more than that. And I started thinking about social situation, social context, and it's not what we call health status, but I was thinking about how this morning why people who live in poverty and abject poverty, extreme poverty, are more vulnerable to all of these situations and the health situations. Someone who lives in poverty, who apart from that lives in a rural area, and for example, in my country, lives near the mining activity where there's no potable water. Of course, these individuals will be more susceptible to disease, more susceptible than individuals who live in an urban setting with drinking water accessible, with access to all basic utilities and basic services. So it's clear that poverty and extreme poverty call for urgent priority attention today in our countries. And inclusion should have health at its core. Investment many of the speakers have talked about how investments are key. It's key to invest in social determinants of health to reduce inequalities, and that health systems must be universal, that really shouldn't be reliant on an individual's ability to pay, that they should be integral, sustainable, resilient, as well as how we should develop public policies that do away with social barriers. Now, I think that these concepts or propositions, if you will, for the region, clearly in the end, need to be related to those characteristics, human rights characteristics. and because the human rights aspects are also related to the SDGs. Now there's an interaction therein, and you cannot have an ideal state, health status or state, if individuals do not have work, if they do not have education, good enough diet, or they don't have dignified housing, if they do not have access to other systems and services. This is also related to another part. So it's very interesting that all of these social determinants that we work with, those of us who work in social inclusion, at the end, it's going to be about trying to roll out and address these under the regional public policies. It's challenging. It's hard to improve the livelihoods of our citizens. Now, one of the speakers referred to how giving money to the poor conditions them. Does it allow them to have a better health situation? Yes, and a better living experience. Now, it's why tomorrow we're going to have a specific panel to address non-contributory transfers. In our country, we're a very unique situation. For example, these transfers are not conditional transfers. And at the end of the day, what we see is that the quality of life does not improve. And at the same time, we cannot guarantee a better health situation for these poor people. Because, of course, what we're seeing is that on a daily basis, there are more and more people signing up for the system. Fewer people leave the system, and so it's challenging to improve living conditions. Now, one of the commitments of President Novoa is to set up public policies that are aimed at inclusion, economic inclusion of individuals by generating human development credits. The labor issue has been extremely powerful in recent years in Ecuador. Private companies have really collapsed the public system. There's no more space. And one of the major issues we have is the overall growth of the state as a result of the unnecessary registration of people in all of the public agencies. And the guidelines or strategies that we are using under these policies to foster economic inclusion of individuals is related to entrepreneurial activities, opportunities for self-sustenance through state credit that the state is granting to help people and to have closer ties with the productive sector, the commercial business sector. And this is one of the things we're doing. This allows for individuals' economic independence, individuals who actually make use of these bonuses or these credits or bonds, one could say. And now we have an issue, and it's related to not having a graded system. Also, we do not have control over what happens to the individuals who receive these credits or transfers. And as a result, essentially, we are not fully aware of the degree to which they're improving their livelihoods, so their life conditions. So we have not seen a marked reduction in poverty or extreme poverty either. And this is one of the issues the government's working with. Now, I was saying how in my country we have a complicated situation as a result of these extensions. In Chile, we're referring to that. We have a regional concerns as well. Our territorial distribution involves the coexistence of different nationalities, different peoples. We have the coastal peoples. We have indigenous peoples living in the Amazon region as well. And so these regions are so distant and far from the the capitals and the most developed regions, provinces, and these remote areas do have less satisfactory results than the other areas. And then we have illegal mining activities as well, which have merged with other illegal activities, organized crime, drug trafficking, and people in those regions face a great deal of insecurity as well. There's another phenomenon that we have experienced in recent years, and that is the pollution of rivers as a result of individuals using the river water for gold mining activities. And a lot of the rivers are contaminated with heavy metals, for example. For example, we have also different districts, remote districts that are ancestral lands, and they belong to the local population, and they have not been sold, but they belong to them because of ancestral rights. And it's very difficult for these groups of individuals to have appropriate services, adequate services, because there are no taxes associated with their property. And there's not appropriate, adequate way in which the water is treated, how food is handled or washed, and there are very large regions where we have rich agricultural lands and agricultural production. And it's quite impressive how the production of certain foods in certain sectors are top export products. But it's in actually those areas where the most challenging situations related to child malnutrition exist, or many challenging diseases. So we have these regional phenomena and related to extractive industry, food handling, lack of access to basic services, essential health services, and other issues. So at present, we are also working with one of the secretariats, which is the coordinating body for the policy related to preventing chronic childhood malnutrition. And we have come up with a party package of services that we provide to the households that are in the system. These individuals need to be part of the transfer, the credit, and the pension system. And we have a family approach here with regard to good food handling habits and how we can enrich the regions and how we can feed our people locally. And so we can avoid these high levels of chronic malnutrition.
Desarrollado es el acompañamiento.
We have also developed the extension services by our ministry. All the families that form part of this protection circle that begins with cash transfers and that subsequently leave our children in our childhood development centers, and because they're from the age of 0 to 2, and after that they enter schools. But we have a space there that can be dangerous for the development of children, or for them to become easy prey for criminal gangs. And therefore, one of the programs that we have developed is the program Creciendo con Nuestros Hijos, which involves more than 4,700 people who on a daily basis, and together with the Ministry of Health and with the Ministry of Education and with an authority in Ecuador called Crece Sin Desnutrición visit our homes, the homes of people in our program, in order to accompany them with the growth of their children, and this involves both the ways in which people handle their food and how they provide care and how they can have a better quality of life. And interfering with health without directly interfering in health, but rather with these other components that have to do with that comprehensive situation. Finally, because I have less than a minute left, I would like to very quickly mention that our health system is universal in terms of the public system, but we also have social security and the social security of the police force and the military, something very similar to what was explained to us by the Undersecretary. We have, given the fact that we have a universal system, we still face all these situations that I have just shared with you and that are challenges for this government that we are facing with these extension activities or with the optimum distribution of budgets, which is the most important point. And I would like to and I convey this to you because I believe that I could that is what I would like to conclude with. The taxation policy is refocusing on the social area in Ecuador in general terms, on health, in terms of increasing the coverage of transfers, but also in order to exert control and have a network in place in this sense, despite the fact we believe that we will still face problems because this is not a linear process. And what is most important is that Daniel Noboa's government focuses on prioritizing the social area in all policy aspects. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ministra Rovira, por traer.
Thank you, Minister Rovira, for sharing with us the experience of Ecuador that can also be expanded to different realities. And I hope that you will also be able to talk a little bit more about policies for children this afternoon. I would like to ask a question to Maria Luisa, who is here, from participants that are connected online, and that refers to the discussion that we had at the end, how to implement the approach of the health geography that proposes interventions in territories and lonely on individuals, and at the same time what we call comprehensive intersectorial, interinstitutional or interterritorial policies that are not compatible with bureaucratic planning systems and the political culture of countries. Do you have a comment to make in that sense with regards to this contradiction in approaches? Thank you, Raquel. I would like to try to understand, but I believe that Oriel, with all the initiatives that they have, as from PAO in territories, could have more concrete tools in this sense. But what we are saying in terms of conducting policies that are intersectorial and with a local approach, well, in that sense, once again, and I don't want to repeat myself, but I would like to again emphasize the key role of primary health care. Of the first level of health, the strategy will be primary health care, but which is translated into specific actions at the first level of health, which has a very strong local presence in many places. What the Undersecretary Osvaldo was saying appears at the importance of social participation, and in that sense, in these local and territorial spaces at the first level of healthcare, several initiatives can be undertaken in order to open up spaces. Can't remember the second part of the question. That planning systems, the organizational culture, and so on, is not in agreement with the territorial approach. Indeed, at a territorial level and thinking about smaller locations, that there is space in order to generate this strengthening social participation. But in any case, and I don't know whether Ariel is still online or not, and maybe he could supplement this very well. Thank you, Maria Luisa. I don't know whether Ariel could comment. We have already run out of time, so hopefully you can deliver your comment in just 2 minutes and no longer than that. Yes, two things. First of all, when we refer to territories, we're not only talking about defined administrative definitions. When we reach certain communities, those administrative limits have no relation with territories. Territories are social relations, and within a municipality or a territory, we can find different territories. And why do I say this? Well, because what we have tried to emphasize is that by having local governments that, in addition to implementing policies, they also have faculties with regard to certain regulations that exert influence on some health results. And therefore, as from local governments, the construction of health is not only done from the first level of primary health care, but different departments also play a role. Departments that act within territories and also within territories, and this was outlined by Undersecretary said there is an important construction of community assets. In other words, health is also built in the community, and normally we have a diagnosis of problems, and yet we don't have a diagnosis of what generates development in territories. And what generates development in territories, well, it's important to highlight this, and that is what we're viewing in terms of the strategy of local governments, from the strategy of primary healthcare, from the universalization of primary healthcare, which is an agenda that we're focusing on today. Thank you. Thank you, Oriele. Thank you very much, Maria Luisa, Minister Rovira, for your comments and interventions. And thus, we conclude this panel. Now we will have a 15-minute break, and we will resume at 10 minutes past 12 for the panel on inequalities in education and a proposal to advance towards a measurement of education inequality in the region. We thank the more than 300 people connected online and all the people that are present here. And please don't forget to answer the survey related to this panel. Thank you.
Hola, vamos a empezar.
We will now begin. Hello, everyone. We will begin panel number 3. Good morning, good afternoon. Panel 3 of the 4th Regional Seminar of Social Development in ECLAC, addressing how to move towards measurement of educational inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean. To eliminate educational inequalities is key in order to leverage education, which is key in order to advance towards, so it's a key lever to move to the SDGs. And in ECLAC, we believe it is central to have indicators that will allow us to measure educational inequality and identify the main determining factors and thus contribute to the debate on how to reduce that. This is different than previous presentations. We are not presenting a work already published by ECLAC, but the beginning of a research line, and it is a topic to be discussed by all the guest panel members. I will make a brief presentation in order to tell you how much progress we've made. My name is Daniela Trucco, Officer of Social Affairs of the Social Development Division of ECLAC, and I'm in charge of the strategic line on education for this division. After telling you about this, the progress achieved, we would like to hear the comments of panel members. Please, the presentation. So, inequality in the region is not expressed because of income inequality, as discussed previously, yesterday and this morning. And we are trying to expand our approach and focus on another dimension of inequality in the region. Inequality, we know that it is inefficient and in many dimensions, multiple ones. And in the diagram, you can see the most important ones. Yesterday, Executive Secretary and other presentations in keynote speakers, it was mentioned that inequality generates less productivity, less innovation, less economic growth, increases vulnerability to climate change, reduces mobility, social cohesion, and therefore it generates instability of social paths. And very much linked to education, there is an underutilization of human potential. We know that this is the most unequal region of the world, and therefore it's key to address inequality.
Education, as I said, is key to face inequalities and to reach inclusive social development. Here we see some of the dimensions why education is so important to diminish inequalities. This is the way of shaping skills for citizens, having better levels of social and labor inclusion. It helps to decrease poverty with more social mobility, increases productivity, and more growth. The role of education promotes social mobility, and it can be undermined if educational systems, as often happens in our countries, reduce inequalities, but instead of that, they reproduce social inequalities, especially if we have a segmented access to quality education. And besides, educational opportunities are set by what we call at ECLAC the matrix of social inequality, the accrual of gaps and the structural pillars. There are many, such as gender, race, life cycle, territory, migration, disabilities. This was also mentioned this morning. And this shows like for autonomy, it brings in even more difference in having access to rights such as that of education, which is what we're talking about today. And here I show you some of the gaps that we have analyzed at ECLAC together with other UN organizations. Even though progress has been made in access and in inclusion, still there are strong inequalities because of the different pillars I just talked about. We can see here in monitoring some of SDGs, especially number 4 on education. This was done with UNESCO and UNICEF. On the left, we see access gaps that we have in secondary per area. And we see the big differences in access between urban areas vis-a-vis rural areas. And this gap has been reduced, yes, but it's still wide. We can also see this by extreme quintiles on the right. We see that, yes, there is progress, but there's still more than 40 points difference in finishing off high secondary education. This is comparing the more vulnerable and the wealthier sectors. Aside from the gaps in access and inclusion as of secondary, the region, as we have already warned, show different learning deficits. This was here even before the pandemic, but after COVID, it was became deeper. This region had schools shut down for a long time during the pandemic, and much of the population hasn't reached the minimum levels of basic cognitive skills such as math, reading, and others. In this graph, we have data of UNESCO's measurement in primary education. Sixth grade students are at the lowest outcome levels in math. They don't even reach the minimum levels. And if looking at the income quintiles, we see tremendous gaps in the region between countries and also within the countries. Other studies that are being conducted in the region. Here we're looking at the LACIR study done together with IDB. Here we see different levels of inequality, such as education. And this is one of the things that is interesting to look at. One of the aspects of educational inequality that we find in the region has to do with socio-economic segregation of schools. In the region, going to a public or private school brings in big differences in learning. And besides, the schools are segregated by socioeconomic origin of parents. This shows the segregation according to Duncan index. This compares socioeconomic levels. And we see here that there's a greater segregation according to the socioeconomic origin of the parents. In red, we see the countries that have been measured with this index. Now, why go forward in educational inequality indexes? We believe that in the region, well, we have an agenda that has to do with improving learning outcomes and reducing inequality gaps. We still have a big gap in inclusion and in access. More than half of the secondary education is already out of the school system. But these index then would allow us to monitor the educational progress as averages in access and outcomes. And it would also allow us to see the reduction of gaps obtained, as well as within levels of education. We could also identify and support countries and strategies that have been effective in reducing these inequalities. Now, how to combine access inequalities and outcomes with the same indicator? This is what we would like to do, to have a measurement with these two results. We have found a study that was submitted in 1211, then 1214 by Ferreira and Guignou. They worked with PISA data that measures basic cognitive skills as made by OECD in several countries in the region. Between students that are 15 years old, it proposes an index of outcomes, and it's interesting because it is adjusted by access. Because, as I've said, in the region, there's a big number of 15-year-old students who are already outside of the system. So they are not reflected in these results. So not just the gap is here seen, but we also try to estimate what this would be if all 15-year-old students had done these tests. So we replicated this study with the more recent PISA results. This was adjusted by access with the countries that have PISA results, and we also have the household survey data. And there we have then more information of access. And that includes information such as gender, education of a mother and father. So here we have results from PISA, and the students that had not been in the school system show information from the surveys. Now, we assume that the results that the students that are outside of schools won't have any better results than they had when they were in part of the school system. Here we see the results of students from Mexico that did pizza tests. On the right, we see how the distribution would be seen, assuming that all 15-year-old students have pizza results. With that correction, in the countries, the 12 countries where we were able to get these results, here we see the average results and the standard deviation that would be the inequality. and in blue, with and without adjusted results of pizza 22 per countries. And the average of Latin American countries in blue, and for all countries with the adjustment for access, then the average result goes down as obtained in these tests. And we also see an increase in the gap as measured by standard deviation. This will be the first result, and we would like to apply this in timelines to monitor also progress, not just in average outcome, but also having a more realistic measurement of to see what's happening with the learning, deficient learning of the region, and how we can go and forward and reduce this gap. What would be the next steps? The next steps, well, here we have some preliminary results. In the short term, we would like to go deeper in the analysis that Ferreira and Guillou conducted. They worked with index of inequality because of opportunities. We will hear more about this. And also, there is a second step where we worked with another study combining the inequality of opportunities with the access probability.
So here we would have this synthetic index, which combines the dual need of the monitoring agenda for the region. In closing, what I would like to share with you are the strategies that we have been recommending for the region as part of the 2022 UN Conference on Education and the overall situation in the education sector following the pandemic. I think some of these are worth underscoring as to specifically in terms of how it is a priority to make greater progress with regard to closing the education gap. We also think it's essential, and as mentioned yesterday by our keynote speaker, Professor Barr, that it's essential to invest more in early childhood by way of integral policies. It's likely that that's the most cost-effective investment that is. There's a parallel session where we will talk about the different challenges related to early childhood. Second, it's important to make access universal, access to secondary education, and ensure that students graduate from secondary education, and to link education policies with other sectoral policies. Education cannot solve all the structural inequality problems that we have. We also need to reduce gender inequality. We have made access with regard to access. We have made progress with regard to access. There are still issues related to stereotypes and certain issues. It's important to do away with gender stereotypes, to promote gender equality in science, technology, and math, STEM topics. It's also important to maximize the use of the digital revolution. We learned as a result of the pandemic that there are a lot of gaps in this region in that area. And then finally, it's important to secure financial sustainability, invest more effectively in education in a sustainable fashion. These are some of the recommendations, general recommendations that we have related to this topic. And now we are going, after this presentation, which was methodological in nature in part, but now we would like to hear from each panelist. Each panelist will have 10 minutes for his or her comments, and then we'll have a second Q&A period if we have time. First, allow me to give the floor to Claudia Costine, if she's online. If not, I guess she's not. So let's give the floor to Christian, who is seated here in the conference hall. Christian Belay, a researcher in education for the University of Chile, next to me. And we would like to ask him how education inequality, as shown in the regions, is related to the education system privatization and segregation processes. Thank you, Daniela, for the invitation and for the thought-provoking presentation. Thank you to ECLAC as well for organizing this type of event where we have the opportunity to discuss these issues, which are quite challenging and seem insurmountable, but they're really not insurmountable. So anyhow, thank you for the invitation, and I am referring to inequality in the field of education, which is my field. And also thank you again for the opportunity to come back to this establishment, this building. I haven't been here for a while. Allow me to start with the segregation. That's a good segue for an example. School segregation is a good example of something that I would like to tease out more conceptually, something that Daniela mentioned in her presentation, and also something that is addressed in a preliminary paper that addresses how to address the different trade-offs or the balances related to inequality in education. Okay, let me talk about something more conceptual with an example to show you that it's not entirely theoretical, but that it has empirical implications and policy implications. I think there are two things that we need to take into consideration when we start assessing inequality in education. One is this clear concept, or defining the concept. The paper refers to it, Daniela refers to it as well, and it's correct, but I think we need to make a distinction here. In education, as in other social fields, inequality in education has at least three meanings that I would rather refer to as dimensions. One is the minimum threshold, the minimum standard, or floor, if you will, the basic learning needs that one needs to meet. Or we could say the basic things that children have a right to have and that systems should guarantee. Now, these floors need to be measured. We need to have indices to measure this. For example, literacy. The literacy rate is a good way to measure that. We know that UNESCO does this in the region, but that's not the only floor or threshold or bare minimum, because when we refer to learning, we're talking about the overall lifelong result. And so it's important to refer to the basic conditions and resources to which all individuals should have the right. For example, a well-trained professor, teacher, as shown by UNESCO in its Education for All document for Latin America and the Caribbean from 2015 to 2030, talks to what the basic aspects that teachers should have as well. So we need to refer to basic conditions in addition to basic outcomes. And when these are referred to as mandatory, that's another way to see that. All children, for example, boys and girls, should have access to primary education. These issues we've been talking about at ECLAC for at least 20 years, and we should now include secondary in education, and Daniela referred to as a floor completing secondary education. But we know that that is insufficient, because you may have the bare minimum, the floors, that is, if you will, and still have caps. So guaranteeing the bare minimum doesn't mean that you will guarantee education for all. And then secondly, this is more well known, so I'll just go through this quicker. Secondly, another aspect of inequality is the issue of inequality applied to opportunities. And again, Daniela referred to this in defining her concepts. So how can we break the ties between individuals' inherent characteristics relative to race, ethnicity, etc., and equal educational opportunities? We have other measurements. PISA, for example, is a well-developed measure. The academic community has other measurements as well. And the third aspect, and again, there are three different components that are intertwined and need to complement each other. And I'm referring, the third one is inequality per se, strictly speaking. If children have access to certain basic conditions, and we have shown that early conditions do not define the final result, why should we worry about the outcome gaps? Well, education is a social service, one could say, and it allows you to be well positioned or not for your labor market, the future. And the scope of the gap in the end is also quite relevant, and we should have an indicator to measure that. When we see a gap, we should know what it really means. So it's not just about students acquiring the basic skills and knowledge. It's more than that. And there's certain sectors in the population who have better results than others and acquire more skill sets. And this is related to external factors of education, but also it's related to the overall education trajectory of individuals. We know that this inequality is related to the scope of the gap at the end. I think we can simplify this too much. There's this concept of basic rights as well as a way to describe inequality. Now there's a second complex layer of all this, and with this I will refer to segregation. Inequality in education, and Daniela did touch upon this, and I'm just trying to organize that idea, has at least three manifestations or expressions. One is what we saw there. It has different dimensions. Inequality is what educational curricula you're exposed to. Boys and girls, for example, go to establishments where they have a certain work-related curricula or a more universal curricula. So it really depends the actual subject matter taught. And then you have other aspects in terms of the physical properties of the establishment, the classroom, the resources. How can we size all of this? How can we capture how it's not just about having a good or bad teacher or the right teaching tools or materials or a longer school day? That's one unidimensional way of addressing policy, but it's also about the different levels. Inequality in education is expressed at different levels for different reasons. I don't have time to refer to these, but what happens in the classroom is a reality in and of itself. If we have a good teacher, for example, in the classroom, why should I worry about the structural conditions? I mean, yes, there is a validity to that because there are things that happen in the classroom, a certain dynamic that is independent. But those of us who work in education, we know that everything that happens at the school level is a result of the local reality and the dynamic between teachers and students. And these school level dynamics, again, is related to the teacher's reality. I think this is something that we can better understand by saying that sometimes we have teachers who take leave based on false pretenses, and then it's hard for the schools to work with that, and the overall environment starts breaking down. And so these different school level dimensions have an impact on the students' experience. So one aspect of inequality, one of our concerns, I think, needs to capture this nested component of inequality as part of the entire school experience. Also, Daniela referred to one's educational trajectory. And it's clear that what you learn at one point in time is, to a certain extent, based on what you've learned in the past. They're building blocks, essentially. Building blocks based on your past experiences. And this longitudinal concept of education and inequality in education is clear. We see that sometimes students begin failing, and then it's a downward spiral that could end up in dropping out. So the question is, to what extent, quote unquote, tardy interventions, how can they remediate previous failures or failings, if you will, of the system? For example, you have a child who didn't have early childhood education. Will that child be behind for the rest of his or her life? I don't know about that. We've seen studies that children who didn't go to preschool might end up in jail and in his or her 40s. That's very deterministic. And still, it is important to serve children as soon as possible and with a great deal of mental clarity.
Often when one studies secondary school experiences, the main discourse by teachers who are in charge of providing those second or third opportunities is that the previous process was so disastrous that you can't ask for anything else. And that is what I'm referring to now. There is a certain amount of reason behind fatalism, but there is a lot behind hope and optimism, and there's no naiveness there. Now, a measurement or an observation about policies on inequality must, I believe, consider these three aspects and notice that in each one of them one can establish these minimum requirements. Meritocracy, or equal opportunities, rather, and the level of gaps in each one of them, and therefore that's very difficult. And now there is a further conclusion that can be obtained from that, in the sense that, unfortunately, equality is what is difficult. Inequality is natural for our societies, and therefore, despite our efforts, inequality can seep into any of these aspects that I've mentioned, and if it's profound and it's not dealt with, it becomes like a hole in a ship that can end up by sinking that ship, despite the fact that it may be very small at the beginning. And I am saying that a student, for example, a primary student, for example, that is not catered for at the beginning, it may seem like an anecdote or a nice personality trait, but if it is not catered for adequately and he becomes marginalized from socialization, from school processes and learning processes and so on, in a short period of time, he'll become a very difficult secondary student, and beyond that, he'll become a possible dropout, and therefore it becomes much more difficult to organize second opportunities for youngsters outside the school system. So, despite the fact that any of these aspects may be small, given the longitudinal nature of inequality, it becomes it begins to undermine the whole thing. Now, segregation is a good example of what I have just mentioned. I'm not going to develop this in view of time, and I would also like to mention the importance of being aware of that type of phenomenon, which is a collective phenomenon, not direct in the educational process, but those of us that work in education. That collective nature of segregation may have a strong impact upon the teaching experience and the importance that society attributes to the places where those segregated students study, those that no one wants to be with. I would like to refer to a study that was done recently with Joel Bonante from the University of Barcelona. We edited a book on segregation where we analyzed several cases in Latin America. We had authors from Argentina, Peru, Brazil, Chile. There are also European cases. And what comes to the fore there very clearly is what I am just saying. From many countries, these more structural phenomenon, but that are so defining for the experience of students and teachers, were simply not viewed, were not observed. It seemed as if that problem did not exist, and when they're observed, they're not defined as policy priorities. The Chilean case, given the latest reforms introduced by the second administration of President Bachelet, is, in my view, one of the best examples of this transformative potential, but at the same time, conflicts of these unseen issues, but that somehow emerge as the vertebral column of all these issues that hinder overcoming inequality. So we feel that these things are obvious, that the poor study with the poor and the rich with the rich in our country. But that is important. But beware that this is a long-winded struggle. Thank you. Thank you very much, Christian. We'll be holding an additional round so you can discuss in great depth other issues. Claudia Costin, president of the Institute Singularidades of Brazil, is now online. Good morning, Claudia. Thank you for being with us. I would like to know whether you could help us to talk about how poised teachers are to face up to the challenge of diminishing educational inequalities and the measures that can be implemented in order to strengthen their role in this sense. Claudia, you have 10 minutes. I would like to share my screen for a while. Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. I'm sorry, I was working with a wrong link. I'll speak very quickly about SDG 4, which is the education related to the SDG related to education, because the problem that we face in Latin America, which is as unequal as you have all shown, and I'll speak in Portuñol, please excuse me for that. And please let me share my full screen, is that what is a major challenge for us is to guarantee equitable education. Because what SDG sets forth is that we will guarantee inclusive and equitable and quality education. And that is a tremendous challenge to ensure quality, understood as learning. But we also need to guarantee that to others, giving more to those that have less. Well, in that case, that becomes a far greater challenge for us than for countries in the Northern Hemisphere. Even more so because in our region, if one looks at the goal that says that by 2030 we will ensure that all boys and girls complete primary and secondary education, quality and equitable education, it's important to mention that not all children are in secondary education in our region. In Brazil, not all children complete secondary education, nor do all children have access to higher secondary education. And so this is not just a question of learning, but rather just attending school is an enormous challenge. And one also talks about young people and adults with relevant skills, even technical skills for employability and entrepreneurship. That will be an even greater challenge at a time of artificial intelligence, because as a person asked in the chat, we, yes, can use AI as a tool, but that will also entail problems in the sense that there will be an important increase of educational inequalities. Now, if one looks at the data from the PISA test, we in the region is not faring well in none of the three areas that are evaluated, and even less so when it comes to creative thinking, which is what the OECD disseminated last week. And Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and Argentina are in a very challenging position. There is tremendous educational inequality expressed in many countries, such as in my own country. The fact, for example, that the most vulnerable only receive 4 hours of classes, whilst the more wealthy families take their children to receive classes after school, even in many disciplines. So there is a very, very low development of digital competencies in order to teach and learn. And there I answer to the issue of teachers. There is a complete separation between theory and practice when it comes to teacher training in both Brazil and Argentina. There is no dialogue, basically, between theory and practice. And if one considers the issue of digital skills, they are able, yes, they are able to use computers, but not in order to teach. They were not trained to teach without computers nor with computers. And the training of teachers in universities, as I have said, is very divorced from being prepared for one of the most complex of professions. In Brazil, specifically, out of every 10 teachers, 7 are prepared through distance training, and we still have children and young people that are not attending school. But to make the situation even more complex, we have to deal with the future of work, with the advent of AI. And 2 researchers from Oxford University have stated that up to 2030, that by 2030, 2 to 3 million jobs will disappear. As with other industrial revolutions, other jobs, of course, will be created, but those jobs will require skills with far more sophisticated levels, with more in-depth analysis, critical thinking, systemic thinking, and or the collaborative solution of problems with creativity. In Latin America, the young population, the population in working age, will be smaller than the population of children and older persons, given the demographic transition. And therefore, there is a tremendous risk of social inequality and of populisms of all types, as we are evidencing in our region. I haven't had too much time. I don't have too much time to talk about this slide, but I was thinking about what it is that we have to teach children so that they may make progress at a time of artificial, or in an era of artificial intelligence. It's very important to emphasize the collaborative resolution of problems with creativity. As from preschool education, to teach critical and systemic thinking. And this cannot be done in only 4 hours of classes. It's very important for countries that don't yet, or that still have 2 different timetables for school attendance. should have one single timetable, 7 to 9 hours of classes, not to do the same thing over and over again, but to have classes that imply more dialogues and more hands-on type of classes, a systematic struggle in public policy against inequality, against educational inequality, trying to establish a balance between excellence and equity. To teach, as from teacher training, uh, media and digital culture, and to teach teachers the skills that they require for the 21st century, the so-called socio-emotional skills. And what is even more important is to train children for autonomy, as mentioned by Paulo Freire, Maria Montessori, and others, and for the for the student agency. And for that to become a reality, it's important to monitor what it is that we do, to conduct evaluations so that we can introduce improvements, to invest more on teaching evaluations with learning data from students. And there, AI through adaptive platforms are able to help us out to teach or to train teachers to work with data. Here in Brazil, we teachers talk a lot about the scientific denial when it comes to health, but we don't look at scientific denial when it comes to education. And it is very important to have data in place and to train teachers to work with data.
It's very important to work with the recomposition of learning, not only after the pandemic, because we need to guarantee that everybody learns. And that is to teach for the right level in order to correct distortions in the short and medium term, to be obsessed for equality. That means give more to those that have less. The best teachers, professors for the neediest schools in the favela, for example, to the best school directors, the best teachers, the best resources in the favelas. But that is not what happens. And I end by speaking about my utopia. My utopia is a school where everybody learns, where you can strike a balance between excellence and equity. No more islands of excellence, a school where the students and professors work collaboratively. Therefore, it's so important a school in an integral time for for teachers to work in one single school and not do like in Brazil, Argentina, other countries that they have to go to 3 or 4 schools to deliver classes, and a school where the student learns to reinvent him or herself, because throughout the professional labor life we'll try that student, we need to become a professional, a school where the know-how of Edgar Morin, that's going to be in 1 month, it will take 3 years. He spoke about fragmentation of the knowledge in France, in the higher schools in France. I believe in a school where the knowledge is not fragmented, a school that will teach you to think and learn, but not to know what the teacher think about. That is to be an autonomous thinker. That is what the school should deliver. And then finally, to reserve time and space in order to train for autonomy. There Utopia of Dio Maria Montessori and Paulo Freire. That is my short presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Claudia, thanks for that presentation. To summarize, where are we heading to? Christian helped organizing the many dimensions and concepts in this discussion, and that the nested and longitudinal dimensions, it's important to have those concepts for the work that we are beginning. And Claudia also includes the teacher's dimension, which is key in what is theoretical and practical training of teachers, the growing risk of digitalization, of AI, but also how can you think about this as a tool in order to support each other for inequality reduction. I love your utopia, Claudia, and that reminds us of the final closing of our main speaker this morning, never to lose hope and always work along those lines. Our third panel member is Silvia Schmelker, researcher in education of the Ibero-American University in Mexico. Good afternoon, Silvia. How can you monitor the progress in closing gaps in the learning given to other factors, socioeconomic, geographic, and cultural factors? You have 10 minutes, Silvia Schmelkes. Thank you very much, but I would like to congratulate this initiative of ECLAC because I think that in fact the serious problem of our continent or subcontinent is inequality. And in the case of education, inequality in access, in the history, and what's so important in learning, because finally it is learning the purpose of every education activity. And I think we have focused in access. We have made progress. Daniela, you have shown that gaps start to close, but not in learning. So the children or youth are attending school, but not for going more and better. Are they learning more? So this focus in learning is absolutely key. It needs to become a field of study in our continent and be translated into educational policies in order to know what you are doing and everybody collaborate. As to how to measure this, there are two approaches. The first one, which is to create different indices of learning gaps. And for this, I resort to purchase Slate that published a chapter in a book of Daniel Wagner, which is Learning Marginalization, Proving the Equality of Education in Low-Income Countries. And they proposed 4 tested measures of learning inequities. And they did it with the EGRA reading test in Africa. The first proposal is to create a learning genie. What they find is that this Gini index that measures the concentration of learning works, and it's related to income and goes down as the educational level goes up. And so this Gini index could work. The other index they propose is the variation coefficient, which is the simplest. I recommend it because it can be used with teachers with data of their own classroom. Variation coefficient or quotient is the standard deviation divided by the average. And it is correlated with the Gini index. Then, on the other hand, you have this ratio of px to py, the 90 percentile versus 10, or the 85-15. used by economists. But also it works. Yes, it does. But it has a problem to measure when there are too many zeros. That is, in the case of learning, in PISA, you have, there is a limitation. And the last index is the percentage below level 1 or level 2 in PISA or ERSE. We use a lot, and that is the equivalent to what the World Bank calls learning poverty, or the base of the pyramid. And it's not difficult to apply. And perhaps what's important is to turn them public, these indices, in a recurrent and comparable and accountable manner, so that there is accountability in different countries and regions for really to be something that needs to be worked on. That's one first approach, to have one of these indices that will measure in a synthetical manner how unequal are we and how do we progress throughout time. That's one approach. The other approach, which is supplementary to the first one, and from a more important standpoint, is that every indicator of educational progress, there should be an indicator or an index of gap closure. For example, in the indicators of educational progress, they are being implemented in the database of ECLAC, in the inequality portal. The indicators for education can be analyzed by sex and by ethnic, racial. Also, in one of them, we know we are a continent where the indigenous and Afro-descending populations are important. In the case of ECLAC, in the database of the SDG 4, all the indicators are by sex or quintile. In the statistical units of UNESCO, all these indicators of SDG 4 are by sex, economic income, and here you do find learning indicators. In the case of Educational Planning Institute, CITEAL, there are indicators by sex, by what they call climate, geographic area, and income level. The regional study of education quality of UNESCO also provides factors linked to achievements, mainly of the families. These would be external determining factors. And PISA also was mentioned. Those that implement PISA, they are concerned about inter and intra-school equity. And so what is missing? I would say precisely what is missing is to make of this indicator of gap closure something about which countries and regions should need to have an account. UNESCO gave this important step when, in January, it had a meeting with ministers of education speaking about learning as one of the priorities to be reached in Latin America. And gap closure is referred to as an indicator that countries should be accountable for. It should be a public indicator, regularly reported and compared among countries throughout time. And this is not being done. And the other thing that we need to make sure is that that we measure learning. And someone said it, learning should be focused in that minimum of skills, common minimum skills, basic fundamental skills that enable you to keep on learning, writing, reading, calculation, and communication. We also citizen skills, and we would need to focus in what every boy, girl should know, regardless where they are, and not to make the mistake to dictate curriculum. that has to do with the autonomy of those schools. And there are other gaps that are not addressed and where we need to go deeper into the ethnical group, the mother's language, the migrant condition, the child labor, disability. Therefore, there should be an expansion, including all these gaps. And so not only taken to account the urban and rural, that is what we are doing now, but the level of development, marginality, specific area where the boys, girls, and youth are, the percentage of indigenous or Afro-descending peoples in that region, in the case of some of our countries, violence, yes, of specific regions, violence, and to include school conditions. This is important because school conditions have to do with teacher training, with infrastructure, with equipment. Well, the advantage of these conditions is that they can be managed by educational policy. The type of schools, is it multi-grade, is it indigenous, non-indigenous, and hopefully we can start developing an indicator. We have missed this opportunity. That is, what is the per capita investment per student in each type of different school and in each region? I think it would be very important to be able to capture that, because where inequality prevails, we need to prioritize and allocate an investment where it's needed most. Also, we need to emphasize learnings, and for which what we need is comparative measurements of school achievements. The idea is to see if educational systems are able to mitigate the perverse effects of the environment on the resistance, permanence, and in the case of inter-level scales, we need to have clear the lowest quintile and highest, and in binomial ones, how they decline, how these gaps are the risk of reduction of these distances. That is important between the gaps, and also the combination. The indices on them on their own tell us nothing. They are simply numbers that can be compared in time. But the comparative analysis of how gaps are they closed? Are they stagnant? Do they grow? That's even worse. That is what will determine the policy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Sylvia, for the exhaustive review you have just brought us. We're not starting from scratch, not even at our work. We used to work in measurement, and we talked about the gaps with the different dimensions. We have a big challenge there, and that has to do with data, especially for the groups you talked about, where we have less measurements. We have to work on that. We have to work on statistical visibility to show what's happening with certain these groups. I am glad that you mentioned the meeting on ministers of education. Christian said that indeed there's a strong effort amongst the international organizations that are working in the region to push forward the commitment or going forward in improving education and the effort in having measurements to help us with the accountability at the ministry. I now hand over to Mariana Wepe. She's an officer from social development at ECLAC. She will talk about the next steps that we have in mind at ECLAC in this line of research. You have the floor, Mariana. Thank you, Daniela. I have a presentation. Can you please upload it? Well, otherwise I will start while waiting for that. As Daniela said, I will here talk about the next steps that Social Development Division is aiming to implement at the agenda for measuring inequality in education in the region. First step that Daniela already talked about has to do with the outcome inequality as measured by access. The second one has to do with opportunities in educational outcome. This is something that should be analyzed, as we heard. And finally, in the midterm, we would like to look at a bidimensional index on the inequality in opportunities. In inequality for access, Daniel already said that this is an index that was proposed by Ferreira Guignon. In a few words, this expands the PISA sample to include the 15-year-old students that don't belong to the sample, that weren't part because they're out of the school system or because they're at lower grades. What are the next steps to expand the analysis into other rounds of PISA and other rounds of the ERSE test? This is a test that is done by YESE. It is conducted to third and sixth grades of primary education, and it also looks at basic skills. The answer tests are conducted at primary levels, and we could think that adjustment by access is not that relevant, but no, we still wish to implement this index at the ERSE in order to have a consistency in the indicators and also to include the access gaps, albeit slight, and also to see the deficit of the samples in different countries. What do we want this for? Well, to look at the background of inequality in the region and to identify policies that have been successful in decreasing and supporting policies that were successful. The second step has to do with inequality and opportunities. What does this mean? This means the inequalities that come about because of external conditions that don't depend on the students. This is modeled, a regression is done between the result, the outcome of the student, and different variables, different circumstances. We're now looking at the education of the parents, their occupation, gender, number of books at home, and other variables. We would like to also include the ethnicity, but unfortunately, that is not a question that is part of PISA. But we are included the migratory status. After this, well, the square R stands for the share of inequality in outcome due to the student's circumstances. And why do we do this? Well, we also want to replicate this at PIT and ERSA to see up to what extent educational system is being affected in reproducing these social inequalities. And by the way, square, R square, goes up in as much as we have more circumstances involved. So this index would be a minimum of opportunities available, but in time, it is still useful to find out whether this system is efficient or not in reducing social inequality. And finally, in the midterm, we would like to implement a bidimensional index of educational opportunities. As we heard, there's inequality in access to education, but also in the opportunities and outcome. We'd like to include these two variables because they are valuable in themselves, not just as adjusted by access. It's an index that includes access and outcome opportunities as a supplementation. This index, BIE, is built between P, the access rate, and residual of opportunities as done by Ferreira-Guignou. This gives different regulatory weights to each variable, represented here by A and B. And what is this for? To see how inequality and opportunity changes when we include these two dimensions as dimensions that are important in themselves. And very quickly, I will mention the limitations encountered. A first limitation has to do with the availability of household surveys. For example, Pizza 22, there, Jamaica and Guatemala were amongst the countries that were included in the survey. Unfortunately, though, we weren't able to include them in the inequality analysis is adjusted by access because we could not adjust them by access in including the results. Another limitation is that in looking at access that is matching pizza and surveys to see the students that are outside of pizza. There we have household surveys to identify the students, as I said, that are not also at ERSE. One of the limitations found were that when we disaggregated the different household surveys, looking at the occupation of the parents, well, that was not homogeneous. So we had to have wider groups, and there we lost a certain precision in analyzing outcome. Another limitation has to do with the missing values, where there was no information. And there we had variables that Freire-Guignou included in 2006. So with PISA 2006, I'm talking about the number of literature books, art books, works of art at home. Unfortunately, PISA 22, there, many countries did not have information on these variables. So we had to draw these from circumstances, and in others, we just had to delete countries from this analysis. There, the index of unequal opportunities, as represented by a minimum, we have that because we did not include variables that are available at pizza, but that are not complete. And finally, as other panelists well said, another limitation in using PISA and ERSE is that these evaluations include basic cognitive skills, but not complex skills, digital skills that are more and more demanded in the labor market, skills that are needed to have a full productive life. And it does not assess the relevance of these skills in the life of students so that they may reach labor and social inclusion eventually. And that would be it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mariana. Yes, indeed. We gain things with a synthetic analysis, but things are complex, as we just heard. We don't have much time. I do have a general question to all panelists. But before that, I would open the floor for anybody here in the audience. Emma, you on? Good morning. I'm Mariana Santos from Argentina. I am really thankful for all the speakers. These were excellent presentations. I have a question that is politically incorrect, perhaps. It's really a political question. We heard about the importance of trying to teach at the appropriate level and the importance of having schools open morning and afternoon, long days, and having the best teachers in the most favored sites. Now, in thinking about Argentina, I would say that there's a big role that the unions play and uh, a lot of structural change that is um, searched for. Christian said that a teacher loses motivation when he sees that his colleagues don't respond as they should. So there's a big difficulty in achieving these reforms that are so needed so to have learning equality. I wish there was a strategy because we should have that in mind when we recommend public policy. Thank you, Emma. Anyone else? Rodrigo. These are excellent presentations. Thank you so much for all of the messages and proposals. There's a question that comes from Mariana's presentation, and is equivalent to all speakers. You talked about the pertinence. If we see access and outcome inequality and opportunities, what could we do to measure pregnancy and belonging? That is what is learned by being close by their others that have a standard format. The question is how can we include then the idea of pertinence to have full inclusion? Thank you, Rodrigo. I will hand over to a last question and then I will ask the speakers to respond. Well, let me make a question to all of you. What are the methodological or other kind of challenges that you identify in the analysis of educational inequality in the region that still have not been addressed today?
You each have 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops to respond. Go ahead, Christian. Thank you. Just quickly, I would like to begin with Emma's question related to the actors, stakeholders. I agree. I will continue to tease out this segregation example to illustrate that difficulty. Teachers may think their students are a challenge. They could view them as a mission or a sentence, a criminal sentence. And when some teachers know that they may have when it comes to segregation, they may have a more challenging classroom to address, or others may view their students as a sentence, something that they have to punishment deal with. And the same we can say in terms of families in Chile and local authorities and educational administrators. So if there's no social conviction or understanding of that, the reform would be very difficult. It becomes difficult. I'm not here to provide solutions, but it's important to be aware, specifically when you want to have radical equality policies and that go deep and are not just superficial. With regard to the methodological aspect, and I will leave time for Claudia and Silvia to talk more about that because they know more. But again, methodologically speaking, the example of segregation is, well, you'll have to make a decision with your measurements, Mariana. For example, are the collective variables going to be included in your model? What I mean by that is that when you associate parents' education or the different socioeconomic attributes of a family to a student's results, you can have one result. But when you conduct a collective measurement of the different socioeconomic and cultural characteristics of the school per se or the classroom, you will have different results. In the sense that that variable in segregation context, such as the Chilean one, have a significant weight as seen in different studies. So as far as methodological experts and policy experts, there's a lot of study related to how these collective measurements that I mentioned in my presentation are going to be accepted as part of the problem. Here, it's related to the reproduction program, the impact of your classmates, the school, the classroom. These will have an impact on the model because certain studies have shown that these have a tremendous predictive capacity. Excellent point, Christian. Thank you. Claudia, go ahead. As Christian has said a lot of what I thought I was going to say, let me answer Mariana by saying we're referring to unions and the necessary transformations in education. It's very important to think about educational policy and how unions also need to have a voice. And the overall goal of educational policy is not to only serve and meet union complaints and demands, but it's rather to allow all to learn. But this may be mired by the immediate desires of the teachers, so it's important to involve in these discussions the parents, mothers and fathers, even of those households in vulnerable situations. It's also important to give a voice to the children, to the students, to the young people, so that they may demand quality education. It's easy to say this, it's difficult to do, but it's very important. It is not possible to have 21st century education with 4 hours of classroom instruction or with teachers who are not well prepared for one of the most challenging times for this profession. We have to make sure that teachers today are prepared for professional practice. So that children receive education that's not as unequal. Thank you, Claudia. Silvia, thank you. I thought about 3 key challenges. 2 are too big, in fact, to address with the tools we have today available to address these, but still it's important to mention them. And one of these is related to this sense of belonging. I think it's very important to meet diversity and address diversity, but it's important to address belonging at the foundation of the pyramid, where that's where diversity is evident, and we have tests in Spanish. We use tests in Spanish and in Portuguese in the indigenous communities, and then the class schedules have come into conflict with the agricultural community, for example. And there's a lot of tools that are not relevant for certain sectors. So it's important to bear that in mind. And then another issue is rejecting evaluations. In Mexico, it's clear. I don't know about the rest of Latin America, but I think it's very important to be careful with the perverse impact, understanding that what you are assessing should always include a sample, proper sample. So we need to be careful when we use the perverse results of evaluations. From my perspective, ideally, we should free up the tests so that teachers can apply these as appropriate. And teacher training is key. It's important to compare because otherwise it's challenging. You won't have a point of comparison to motivate the teachers. And then it's important to use evidence. Decision makers, policy makers need to use the evidence. That's why it's essential to make the inequality indicators public and for comparison purposes, to pressure governments to work with these indicators. And with that, I conclude. Thank you, Silvia. Mariana. I will be brief because of time constraints. Rodrigo referred to this issue of relevance and belonging. And as far as I know, we see that the BIAC is a test that and company surveys show that there's not an alignment of skills. When you ask companies what skills they require and how long it takes them to find them, why haven't they filled their job posts? What have been the main obstacles to doing so? We see interesting information. And then there's a lot of progress made with regard to using AI to address relevance. For example, a LinkedIn study, for example, can tell you how long it takes to fill certain job posts. As far as I know, and maybe someone else knows more, please let me know if you do. As far as I know, there are not any tests that assess the relevance of education or what is being taught in vocational education, for example, or humanities education, and how pertinent this is or relevant this is for what is required in the labor market. There have been efforts to include social emotional skills in the most recent assessment. This could be a good step forward because we know that these types of skills are in high demand in the labor market. And then to respond to Christian's comment relative to the equal opportunities, we did have some problems because of a missing value in terms of including the location of the school, whether it was rural or urban. And we're hoping to include variables from the teachers survey, from the PISA teachers survey or the PISA school survey, just so we can include these as circumstances. But we're also exploring the opportunity or the possibility to break down the index that refers to unequal opportunities and understanding why there are not the same opportunities. Break this down by context, location, school. Now, we know that there are data restraints, constraints. Having school level data relative to inequality would be ideal. Also addressing the material resources to have more information on teachers, characteristics, etc. And if there were to be more information out there, we are open to suggestions. Thank you. Thank you, Mariana, and thank you to everyone here, all the panelists, for such an interesting discussion. I think you have provided us with a great deal of food for thought and ongoing discussions on the networks that may arise. Please fill out the event survey evaluation. We will now have a lunch break and return at 3:40 p.m. with panel 4 that talks about inequalities and pension systems in Latin America, strategic elements for reform processes. I would also like to invite you to a side event during the lunch break where a ECLAC UNICEF document will be launched. A document on inequalities in early childhood, crucial strategic approaches for inclusive development. This event begins at 2 p.m. and will be carried out on the 4th floor in the Fine Silver room. Also, someone left a cell phone in the women's bathroom, so this is available to retrieve outside at the publications table. Thank you for joining us.
Buenas tardes, don
Víctor, ¿me escucha bien? ¿Habla con fecha de Steve?
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola, ¿qué
Buenas
tal? Buenas
tardes.
tardes.
Estamos aquí con el equipo de salud de Naciones Unidas.
Sí, yo lo escucho y lo veo bien.
Ok. También vamos a probar la presentación en PPT que va a utilizar el señor Víctor Hugo. Permítame un segundo.
Ok, gracias. Ya, estoy viendo que hay un problema. ¿Puedes cambiar el slide para ver si se mira bien? Ya, sin ningún problema. ¿Estás con él? Buen día.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Tiene una consulta. Queremos crear una máquina más para poder vender, ya que esta máquina tiene algún error o la conexión se vaya. Entonces, ¿le podríamos dar un usuario más al que le den el acceso como panelista, igualmente?
¿Cuál sería ese usuario?
Ahorita le decimos el nombre del usuario para que le dé acceso. En un
Es que
momento.
habían dos equipos con el nombre de don Víctor Hugo, por eso...
¿Hay otro equipo con el mismo nombre?
Sí, de hecho yo no tengo nada levantado.
Sí, el que tiene el nombre de usuario es.
Ya, permítame, vamos a ver.
Ya, perfecto, ya lo tenemos. Entonces, ¿a qué hora nos vamos a conectar?
Si usted me permite, voy a revisar la hora. Esto debería volver a empezar a 20 para las 4 aproximadamente. En una hora más aproximadamente.
¿En una hora?
¿Puedo saber el nombre de tu
Sí,
puesto?
claro, porque en nuestra cuenta está registrado hasta ahora el señor Víctor Hugo Arroyo, ¿sí? No, sí está correcto, Víctor Hugo Arroyo. Está bien.
Voy a poner Víctor Hugo Rosales para verificar.
Así está bien.
No, yo sé que está bien, ya no te preocupes.
Ya, perfecto. Gracias.
Recibo un saludo desde la organización a este cuarto seminario regional de desarrollo
session. We will now begin panel 4, the second day. This panel is called Inequality in Pension Systems in Latin America, Strategic Elements for Reform Processes. Yesterday, there was a side event where there was a launching of the non-contributory pension systems in LAC. This was presided over by Alberto Mesas and Claudia Robles. And over the last 2 decades, we have seen significant expansion in LAC countries of the implementation of non-contributory pension systems, covering in 2022 31% of the 65-year-old plus population, representing roughly 0.42% of the GDP. These systems have enabled expansion of coverage of this group and helping those individuals without access to the system greater relief, but they still entail a series of challenges that will be addressed today. Challenges related to pension systems. In order to address the high level of qualities, and this is crucial to address to sort out the various challenges. The idea is to talk about meeting targets relative to inequality in terms of pension systems, and also at the same time we will try to provide incentive for addressing the different dimensions in the strategies with regard to the pension system design and potential reform discussions relative to contributing to reducing inequality in terms of this aspect throughout the region. This panel will enjoy the presentations by various panelists. First of all, we will hear from Claudia Robles, who is in charge of the strategic pension area within our department at ECLAC. Moreover, we will hear from Juan Vila, who prepared a presentation on progress relative to the sustainability of systems in Latin America, focusing on inequalities. Then, through a video presentation, the speaker wasn't able to be here because of scheduling issues, but nonetheless, there's a video from Ms. Gina Magnolia, Secretary General of the International Organization for Social Security. She has a presentation that invites us to reflect upon pension systems and their contribution to the reduction of gender inequalities and migrants in Ibero-America. Following that, we will receive commentary virtually from Victor Hugo Montoya, who is the institutional head of the Peruvian Provisional Standardization Office, and Professor Nicholas Barr, Professor of Public Economics from the London School of Economics and Political Science.
Posteriormente a la discusión and subsequently, and depending on time, we will also have a Q&A session and comments from the public. To begin with, I would like to offer the floor to Claudia Robles. Claudia, you have 20 minutes, and I will raise my hand when you have 5 minutes left.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon. I thank our moderator of this session, and a special greeting, of course, to those that comprise this panel discussion. It's an honor for me to share with Iña Yaño, with Victor Montoya, and of course with Professor Nicholas Barr. Thank you very much. In this presentation, we would like to share some reflections that we're working on in the Social Development Division at ECLAC. This is work that is ongoing together with Alberto Arenas de Mesa and Juan Vila on the sustainability of pension systems in Latin America, with a focus on the reduction of inequalities. I would also like to thank Figueroa and Javier Jaca for their contributions to this presentation. And the main messages that I would like to share with you are the following. The reduction of social inequality forms part of the collective objectives or public objectives, state objectives of pension systems and of the principles of social security. This is not an external objective to pension systems, but something that forms an integral part of what pension systems must cater for. However, our region shows high levels of social inequality in terms of access and sufficiency of benefits of pension systems that reflect the dynamics of the labor market and of the social organization of care, among other factors and elements. Now, the reduction of these inequalities may have repercussions upon multiple dimensions of well-being, and gradually we find an accumulation of relevant evidence that enables us to set the foundations for the social dialogue in these terms and to promote transformative actions. Dealing with this requires that we pay attention to the design of pension systems with solidarity and sustainability at the very center. The designs are not innocuous. In other words, they can intervene vis-a-vis base inequalities, and this requires a wide-ranging social agreed compact that is able to uphold the necessary pension reforms that make it possible to reduce social inequalities in the region. Now, based on the work of Professor Barr, the objectives of pension systems may be structured based on the softening consumption, on assurance, more individual objectives, and likewise objectives that the state caters for, such as the alleviation or eradication of poverty and redistribution or the reduction of inequality. Pension systems include contributive and non-contributive pension systems. In our view, and both systems must be coordinated in order to face up to these objectives and contribute thus in a coordinated manner to eradicate poverty, to ensure levels of income, and to reduce inequalities with solidarity. And this solidarity, as mentioned yesterday by the Minister of Labor and Social Security of Chile during the launch of the book on non-contributive pensions, are not exogenous. In other words, they are financed they're not funded by the state, but also endogenously, in other words, through redistribution mechanisms within the contribution system, and that is a key aspect. Now, these objectives are threatened when we're aware of transformations that are underway and how they can impact the sustainability of pension systems and even increase inequalities. In an analysis that is based on the identification of critical nodes for social inclusive social development in a region, we find that the coincidence of these critical nodes generates this situation of a risk structure which is being reconfigured in our region and at a global level, where we find the coexistence of an accelerated demographic transition with a strong aging and changes in the world of labor and technological, nutritional changes, and a whole series of expressions of violence, and also disasters, the increase of disasters and climate change. All this will have an impact upon the sustainability of pension systems, understanding that there is an increasing pressure upon pension systems that lack sufficient resources, and that may increase inequalities and may generate even greater social security vacuums that impact women mostly today and deepen gender inequalities, thinking about the transition of workers between different occupations and the migration dynamics, crises and transitions may increase informality and also reduce social security contributions, and therefore pension systems will need to strengthen their resilience and a solidarity and sustainable design. The region evidences profound inequalities that are a mirror of income inequalities originated in the labor market. When we analyzed, and this is data based on household surveys, we analyzed 11 countries, and this is the graph, and we see Well, on the left-hand side of the working population that contributes to pension systems, the coverage of assets, we find that in the low-income deciles, only 5.4% of the working population is actually contributing to pension systems, whilst in the deciles of greater income, 72.8% do that. In other words, a difference of 67 percentage points, and this for 8 countries. And for the 11 countries, when we look at the total number of people that have retired, people older than 65 that receive some type of pension, and this gap is 45 percentage points. Still very important per level of income, but it is possible to reduce that primarily, as we saw yesterday, via the role played by non-contributive pension systems. And we see how those that gain access via the exclusive formula of non-contributive pensions in the low-income deciles, that is 31.2%, which is quite significant. Inequalities in pension systems are linked to other dimensions in addition to income. It is worth highlighting that in 2022, more than half of the working population, in accordance with administrative data, in other words, 52.1%, 181 million workers, were excluded from pension systems. In other words, they were not contributing to pension systems. And when we look at the results of household surveys for 8 countries in Latin America, we find that dimensions such as the educational level, where people work, or their places of residence evidence enormous inequalities. That in the case of educational levels, for example, between those that only have complete primary education and those that have completed higher education is 53 percentage points. In other words, a very important gap. That accounts for the necessary expansion of the coverage of contributions to pension systems. Pension systems also reflect the unequal social organization of care and the insufficient acknowledgement of gender inequalities. I'll skip very quickly over this piece of data because the following presentation will delve deeper on this. But just considering the case of Chile, the results of the National Disability and Dependency Survey of 2022 shows that less than a third of women that provide care in a paid and unpaid manner are actually contributing to the pension system. And that is very low vis-a-vis the challenges that will be faced by our country and by our region in terms of older women who have no access to a pension. The expansion of non-contributive pension systems in the region has contributed to the reduction of access inequalities. And we see how the coverage of liabilities or people aged older than 65 who can gain access to a pension, be it contributive or non-contributory or total, has evolved between the year 2000 and the year 2022. This is data that comes from the book that we launched yesterday together with Alberto. You can see how the bar in blue shows a contributive coverage that has remained at very similar levels, has only increased 3 percentage points in 2 decades, whilst the non-contributive segment increases from 52.4 to 73.5 in Latin America. And you can see on the right-hand side, well, that simply illustrates what we find in the diamonds is the proportion of people that lack access to a pension. And we can see how in every case, be it men, women, or people who work in rural or urban areas, there is a significant reduction of this proportion of people that lack access to a pension. And how this is much more significant as a result of the increase of access to a non-contributive pension, and especially for those that can only gain access to a non-contributive pension, which is represented in the gray and yellow bars. And yellow is the data for 2021, and this is much stronger among women and those that inhabit in rural areas. In other words, it's possible to reduce those inequalities with an adequate design and hopefully with a better coordination between contributive and non-contributory systems. However, the sufficiency continues to be a fundamental challenge for our region, the insufficiency of the benefits of pension systems. And we see how a fifth of older persons had pensions below the poverty line in 2021 in 14 countries in Latin America. And this percentage was practically 1/4 among older women, and it was 2 out of every 3 people in the low-income quintile, and how close to half of the women and practically 90% of women with a low income received pensions less than a minimum salary. Now, the design of pension systems may intervene in these inequalities. Here, this graph shows a relationship between the coverage of contributive liabilities of people older than 65 that receive a contributive pension, and on the horizontal, we see that people aged 15 or more who have completed at least 16 years of complete tertiary education, in other words, higher education. And what we are evidencing here is that we find a close relationship here. But even in countries that lack higher levels of higher education, the contributive coverage may be increased as a result of the design of the pension system. And we see the case of Uruguay or Brazil with systems where the contributive coverage is very high, and especially in Uruguay, I highlight specific measures that have been adopted in the design. For example, the incorporation of a single social contribution that has an impact at the end of the day upon this data. The impacts in pension systems go beyond income inequality. The non-contributive pension systems, for example, can have an impact upon different spheres of well-being. And there's a whole series of evidence that is being accumulated, a whole series of simulations and estimations, econometric estimations that enable us to analyze how these non-contributive pension systems have an impact upon improving health indicators, the reduction of gender inequalities, the increase of food security, and the encouragement of local economy and consumption, even in other factors that go beyond the situation of older persons.
For example, the increase of spending in education at home and reduction of child labor. Indeed, we need to go deeper into this evidence. I saw how in a paper progress had been made in the analysis about households with children when there is a member of the house that receives non-contributory pension. Well, this generates baselines so as to reach agreements about the role that these non-contributory systems can help in eradicating poverty in elderly situation and improving the lives of the household. The implementation of non-contributory pensions can contribute to the health of senior citizens. And just to say, in recent studies of Valderrama, Oliveira, and also Bando, Galliani, and Gerler, these are very interesting studies showing how in Chile the estimates after 4 years having received the Solidarian basic pension, the beneficiaries would have 4 months in average of more life expectancy. And in Peru, those beneficiaries would have 1 more year of life expectancy, although these are simulations. Papers will explain the impacts, but it's remarkable how all this is being documented. And this paper of the Bando, Galliani, and Erkler examines the situation in Mexico, Paraguay, and Peru on how the score goes down in mental health, depression, going back to this morning to what we had in the keynote address and then in Maria Luisa's presentation. We see how there is a close link among other connections. And Pablo Llanes also colleague from Mexico, ECLAC, also universal pension experience in Mexico and how it is documented. One of the main expenditures is to buy presents or gifts for grandchildren, raising the youth's well-being. Final reflections. The reforms implemented in the last decade address only partially one another axis in addition to gender equality, gender inequalities. And here there are several countries that are undertaking reforms to their pension systems, and others that have approved them recently, like Colombia, and others that are discussing them. But what we see is that reforms underway are focusing on gender inequality with specific measures, but this calls for a comprehensive approach. One of the measures we see directly or indirectly is, for example, the strengthening of the non-contributory pension system that we know it has greater representation in women receiving these non-contributory pensions, but also, for example, the de facto elimination of the differentiated mortality tables according to sex, which is discriminatory, of course, for pension systems, but the recognition of contribution units in the case of Peru, the bill that has just disseminated, the adaptation of requirements in the rural areas, for example, or the measures of affirmative action for those that belong to indigenous peoples may be prioritized in access to pensions. For example, in Mexico, that was the design at the beginning of the universal pension system. The design of pension systems should incorporate a universalism approach sensitive to differences. And in all the structuring axes of social inequality in Latin America, we can link the design of pension systems to this special tension we have of the brutal inequality in pension systems and income. For example, in gender, with different mechanisms, but also to address ethnic, racial differences. We need to adopt an intercultural approach in the design of the benefits, in the communication of the benefits, and also with affirmative action. I give you a few examples. In the case of people with disability, to expand and improve the non-contributory pension design is key, so as not to generate obstacles for people with disabilities so as to continue in their jobs for those who want to keep on working. And there is a very interesting study in this matter. And for example, as to territorial inequalities, it is possible to adapt access requirements and incorporate like semi-contributory schemes like for rural populations in Brazil or for the youth in their first jobs that have very low incomes and therefore with labor inclusion, that's key. So to close, pension systems should face inequalities with look towards the future, towards a welfare state. In spite of the progress we see, non-contributory pensions, there is continuous inequalities in pension systems. We need to redouble efforts in contributory and non-contributory, and the link expanding and overcoming an individual rationale of protection vis-a-vis the risks as the single social security mechanisms. We are within a framework of uncertainty, so as to think that only individual savings will give a way out to this situation in old age. No. The pension systems can face these inequalities with reforms that can provide explicit care. And the financial reform of these systems continue to be a challenge and will have an effect on all the social protection systems. Finally, the social dialogue to generate consensus on how to advance in social security, it's key. With an imperative of universalism, solidarity, and sustainability, and this will require a new fiscal contract and a new intergenerational pact in terms of the objectives of universalization and reduction of inequalities in pension systems. And as in social protection, as Alberto Arenas always says, thank you very much, and thank you for all the contributions and references in this presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Claudia, especially with the time, 19 minutes, 30 seconds. Exactly. So thank you very much for your work. I would like to underline 4 or 5 key points to be discussed later as to Claudia's presentations. First, the importance of strengthening contributory and non-contributory coverage, especially in this context of risks, crises, and also development traps that we have pointed out in recent times in ECLAC with the and secondly, the need, not only pointed out by Claudia, but in the side event of yesterday about the need of fiscal pact, which is relevant to have it, but also intergenerational pact. And also, this sets as a challenge the financial sustainability, but also the centrality of pension systems in the impact of other dimensions like health, well-being, and something that is key that comes now in the presentation sent by Mrs. Tina Magnolia Riaño about the different sensitive approach. So now the second panel member. Cordial greetings from the Ibero-American Social Security Organization. I want to express my thanks for the invitation to this fourth regional seminar of social development. And I want to communicate to the executive director of ECLAC, to Dr. Jose Manuel Salazar, the director of social development division, Alberto Arenas, and all the officials of ECLAC for the 75th anniversary of working for the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, the Ibero-American Social Security Organization will have its 70th anniversary promoting the social and economic well-being of countries. And thank you for inviting us to participate in this regional seminar on inequalities and pension systems in Latin America. I would like to share my screen to refer to an agenda about the main topics. First, gender inequality with some studies that we have advanced from our organization. It has been a matter of concern for the organization, the subject of gender inequalities and social security systems. The inequality of migrants, the gaps and problems they face, some recommendations on the multilateral Ibero-American Social Security Agreement. It is well known by all that social protection in old age, economic security in old age is key to overcome inequalities and poverty. We know that those countries where the coverage is broader in social security for older persons have lower poverty indices. 15% less poverty with those systems of social security of greater coverage. It is an accepted fact that women are in an unequal situation as to coverage and pensions. This is the result of inefficiencies and inequalities in labor markets as well. And according to the studies we've conducted from the Ibero-American Social Security Organization, I will focus in two specific studies on differences in retirement age and the gaps in the value of pensions, and a study that we did on the situation of paid workers, paid domestic workers. And that is a subject for inequality to which women are subject. Yes, in the case of the difference of the pension between men and women, according to the study that we conducted in 16 countries, this difference may reach 23.5%. 23.5%, and it varies from one country to another. 40 points in Mexico and Paraguay to less than 10 points in Brazil, Argentina, and Honduras. In addition to the specific and favorable case of Dominican Republic. These figures evidence inequality and dysfunction as to guarantee of pensions. But what happens with coverage in average? In 17 countries, 55% of women, as compared to the 70% of men, receive a pension that is a discrimination in terms of coverage. Inequality in coverage and deficiencies in the region depend on the characteristics of the labor markets. And gender inequality is evidenced due to the interaction of two factors: participation rate and labor income. For the group of 16 countries of Latin America, almost 80% of men between 50 and 64 years participate in the labor market. More than half women in that case, a bit more than 50. According to ECLAC, the average in women, the salary is less than 10% for all ages and over 20% for those over 35 years of age. That less participation of women in the labor market and less pay means they have smaller capacity or less capacity of contributing to social security systems. Therefore, they will have the right to smaller benefits and pensions of a lower amount than men. However, to those factors of the labor market, we need to add inequalities introduced by the social security systems proper, according to which age differences at retirement age, women retire at an age lower than men, regardless of the legal age. According to OECD, for 6 countries of the region, the effective rate of retirement of women goes from 59 to 63 years, whilst for men it's between 62 to 67 years of age. The difference of age can even be of 5 or 6 years. So it will be necessary to introduce mechanisms in order to eliminate this negative impact of differences at retirement age. But shorter careers are also the result of dedication of women to care. According to data of ECLAP, 20% of women between 15 and 24 years and more than 25% of women between 25 and 29 years of age devote exclusively to household chores or tasks where no benefit is provided in Social Security nor a different pension in these Social Security systems. This organization conducted a study on care and non-paid work and their compensation and social security systems. And we find that women with the responsibility of care have less interventions, less contributions, and less access to contributive pensions or lower pensions. That is assumed.
In this study in Latin America and Spain, we see this phenomenon. We also see that the non-contributory systems may be used to reduce income inequality amongst older persons. The share of people without their own income reduces, for example, at about 60 in Brazil, and in Chile with the Solidarity Fund, these gaps can be narrowed down. And with low participation of women in the labor markets, we have to also see the difference in the types of jobs. One example is paid household work. There are many women who are home workers, but that is just 1% amongst the men. And here the wage gap is very important when we compare this with the other wage earners. In 2019, household workers, domestic workers had an income equivalent to 44.7% of what other sector workers earn. This is, I'd say, one of the most informal jobs. Most women are informal compared to 56% for the other workers. The study identified 16 good practices to recommend Social Security measures, such as, for example, domestic workers should contribute with equal conditions as others. We know that not be able to yet pensions or severance does not encourage having them mm, made formal workers. All of the work that we have developed on formalization work among women can be seen in the first Afro-American meeting on gender that will be held in that was held in Asunción last year. And after that meeting, we heard that even though formal jobs is the main way for economic autonomy, it is still necessary to have more participation for women. This through policies that will favor the creation of new formal quality jobs, having in mind the gender perspective. In order to increase this participation, we recommend that new care systems reduce the high amount of time that women devote to home work, and thus they would be able to work in formal employment. Measures should also be adopted to reconcile women's personal and professional lives. Now, the change in labor markets are needed, and change in social security should also contribute to reducing that inequality. It would be advisable then to introduce compensation for unpaid domestic work for women. Let us now take a look at what's happening with the migrants in Latin America. We conducted this together with the International Organization of Migrants to update figures on mobility of migrants in the region. Latin America is one of the regions with more migration of 21 migrants in 2000. We have now 41 million. Of these, 12 million live in other countries in the region. As you know, migration and employment are closely related. Human mobility, people there want to look for better jobs beyond other reasons that force them to leave their countries of origin. Now, rural situation is one of the main reasons why people migrate. That is why they look for other protections such as housing, education, and cultural integration. A study looking at the migrant population, where we saw that these are often larger than nationals. In some countries, 65% is for nationals and 70% for migrants. And the greater participation is the result of two things. First, greater desire to work amongst the migrants, and the age group of the migrants at large. The foreign population needs to work to survive, but they don't have in the first years of moving any kind of support network nor any relatives so as to have some kind of income. Often the migrants also get indebted and they must pay their debts, and the relatives that stay home depend on the remittances they send. The migrants thus have greater incentives to work. And when they arrive, migrants are in precarious situations without any support, with other irregular situations. So they often are working in informal jobs more than nationals. In these studies for Latin America, the situation of informality amongst migrants was quite variable. Whereas in Colombia, that is 41% higher than that of nationals. In Bolivia, that is lower. The trend is for workers to work in informal jobs more than nationals. Even though they do have more participation, the migrants still have unemployment close to national population. For the 9 countries in Latin America, without counting Portugal and Spain, the difference between employment rates is slight, sometimes shorter or smaller for migrants. The migrants have greater participation in the labor job market, and they are more exposed also to unemployment. The share of workers that contribute also vary from country to country. The same with the migrants. In 9 countries, the share of contributors can be of 12%, such as Dominican Republic, or 90 up to 100% as in Chile and Argentina. These figures are in line with the nationals. In a study to know more about the migrants, online interviews were made to key players in these countries. This analysis for all countries in Latin America showed that Social Security is seen by population as a human right that should be guaranteed to any person, notwithstanding nationalities. But in order to have access to Social Security, persons have to face many difficulties. Access to the documentation when they arrive, and they find it difficult because of the lack of documentation. There are also entry barriers to the formal labor markets because they don't have the right information on their rights, nor do they have access to Social Security and jobs. Problems in institutional coordination, limited technical capacity on the migratory framework of the country. There are also restrictions in access to Social Security with the contributory component. These workers follow the same conditions, but often they must have at least a few years of contribution to have any kind of benefit. And the recommendations of these studies are to improve legal documentation and access, and the process of initial documentation that could be temporary. The idea is also to the idea of validation of degrees and certificates. An integration from between governments should be made in order to promote this updating. Communication with all sectors, unions, rights, labor ministries, and others, and facilitating access to Social Security, facilitating affiliation to the contributory systems, and streamlining the requirements of housing. And I would like now to mention our contribution to the multilateral Agro-American Convention on Social Security. This is an instrument that ensures social security, inclusion, and participation for migrant workers. As you well know, this agreement involves all benefits of Social Security, including labor accident benefits, and it covers migrants and their families, relatives as well. We have been able to recognize more than 130,000 benefits, and we have resolved consultations amongst the migrants. The importance of this agreement lies in that many migrants going to Europe or to Spain, for example, there are the figures of almost 1 million Latin American and Caribbean workers that contribute in Spain. I would like to mention the importance of this multilateral agreement that improves contributions of migrant workers, improves social protection, that favors mobility and the return back home, because often some of these workers want to go back home. And this encourages labor formalization. It also favors the relationship between Social Security between countries, and they can also give rise to other international instruments. This is now a good practice among the Russian Federation and Portuguese-speaking countries. This was ratified by 13 countries. It's enforced in these countries. It was subscribed by 16 countries, and the last one to join was Honduras. And we do hope that by year-end we will have 22 countries as part of this very important instrument. We also wish to repeat that we're very thankful for the invitation to be here, and I wish you great success as a result of this very important event. Thank you. Yeah, very well. We thank the word sent by Ms. Magnolia and her important contribution for this panel. We heard about the importance of pension systems in reducing gender inequality and the situation of migrants. We will hear more about the design of pension systems so as to offset these inequalities, ensuring that they will have better pensions and the sustainability of these systems. And now we will have comments from different speakers. And we'll hear from Victor Hugo Montoya, and afterwards from Nicholas Barr. Victor Hugo will be here by the internet. Victor, are you there with us? Welcome once more. And you have the floor. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Greetings to Santiago. I was closely listening to Claudia's presentation. She's always quite eloquent to explain the topics addressed from within ECLAC, specifically the multidimensional aspects of pensions and other issues as well, such as aging, income inequality, etc. And we have just recently heard about other topics such as household domestic workers or migrants. I would like to begin referring to the national experience. Allow me to share my presentation with you, please. You should be allowed to. Just one moment. Okay, what we would like to show you here is some context with regard to pension inequality in Peru, with some key components that will also refer to what we are doing from within the national pension system. First, I would like to mention that above and beyond the fact that the inequality indices have dropped, and you can see this under the Gini index, we have seen a slight spike in recent years following the pandemic, and we have not yet recovered pre-pandemic rates. And this is reflected by the high degree of the informal workforce. As previous speakers have mentioned, on average, this is something that happens throughout the region, but Peru surpasses that. 74% of workers are informal, and there are some reports that actually publish higher rates. And what's even more alarming is that the income of the formal versus informal workers is very different. On the right side of the screen, you can see how individuals in the formal market earn roughly 776 men and 643 for women. But in the informal market, the male income drops to 337, and the female earnings drop to 226 when compared to 643 in the formal market. Many of these individuals' education level is also significantly lower. Only 23% of those in the informal market have higher education. And now this also leads to pension issues. Only 46% of the population by 2023 was registered in the system. And then the problem is that these individuals do not contribute a great deal to the system. The contribution rate is quite low, and it corresponds to a third of the people actually in the system. You can see information from the ONP. You can see the low level of contribution into the system, and that impacts the pension in the end. With regard to coverage, 46% of the elderly have pensions. And again, we see a great deal of inequality here between men and women. 53.9% men are covered, 39.2% of the women are covered. Now, given this situation, we have urgently made an effort to boost coverage. There was an event in March in ECLAC where we pointed out the major coverage issue and how coverage should be related to certain aspects. For example, we know that it's also tied to inequalities in countries. You can see here that individuals do not contribute. There's a high level of informality, and also we're trying to find appropriate products that match the income level or the type of informal activities or formal activities. And so to that end, we have a sequence of steps. We're working on the first ones. We're working on identifying the issue and characterizing the issues. And we realize the next step would be to design products for all individuals in the formal market. That's challenging, though. So first of all, we realize it's important to understand who's in the formal market, to speak with them, become more familiar with their habits. And our system is similar to other countries, and we know that this is it's challenging to sign up the informal individuals. In the formal sector, it's quite simple. You just need to let your employer know that you're formally signed up in the system. So it's not that we have to explain it to the individuals and inform them of what the pension system is like, but we do that for the informal sector. For a freelancer, for example, some countries have a pension system for the independent or freelancers. Now, what we need to do with the informal workers, we need to figure out what they want to do with their pension. And once we become more familiar with their various attributes and we identify who they are, we'll be working on designing different products and strategy. That is what we have tested thus far. We have identified 13.4 million individuals who are in the informal group. It's tax informality, pension system informality, job informality. They've never contributed to the pension system. We have identified, as I mentioned, the different sectors. You can see the agricultural sector, the fisheries sector, workers, and then we have the commercial sector, sales staff, or at stores, for example. And then we have the itinerant sales individuals who sell products on the street or food or other products. And then we have those who run or work at the bodegas, the corner stores. Then we have household workers or domestic workers, the entire service sector. The service sector is broken down by transportation workers, art and cultural workers, general services such as carpenters, sexual workers, household workers, again, chefs or cooks, cook assistants, the hairdressers, everyone working in the world of beauty, cleaners, and then we have the self-employed. We have the typical classic ones, individuals who work in the private sector, who do not necessarily contribute to the pension system. And then you have public sector freelancers as well. And in the modern world today, we have influencers or content creators. We have individuals who sell products by way of catalogs. And then we have the miscellaneous or the other category. Now, based on our studies are sourced primarily by the NSO data, and there are other sources of information. And the bottom line is that there are 10.9 million individuals who are not affiliated from the informal sector, and only 2.5 million who are. Now we have this strategy to expand coverage, and we have broken down into different focuses. For example, the territorial focus. We are working in different areas throughout the country because we know that, for example, in Lima, you may have taxi drivers. That's common, but in some of the other cities, the provincial cities or rural areas or the Amazon region, you have individuals who run boats or motorcycles. And then we also have the vulnerable migrants who may be carrying out any of the various activities we already mentioned. And then that comes into play. The intercultural aspects are also key with regard to Afro-descendants or indigenous peoples. And then we also are focusing on gender, and we have workers who work on various platforms. We have defined a variety of different target audiences and 24 target audiences. And a total of 13.4 million individuals. Again, we are trying to apprise them of the various aspects of the pension system, trying to get closer to them, testing different alternatives. And we, in parallel to this, are trying to figure out what mechanism would be the best mechanism to reach them, and how can we actually provide them services that will actually reach them. Virtual service is not the same for a taxi driver as it would be for a farmer in a rural region who does not have a good internet connection. In that case, it would be more logical to work directly with them. And we are also focusing on conveying our message in a user-friendly language that's not so technical, not common to the pension system, because we know that not all the target audiences will be the same. A freelancer, a professional freelancer, clearly has a different language set of skills, if you will, than the farmers. And we also know that it may be easier, quicker, more automatic, using IT tools to assign individuals up, depending on where they're working, their type of work. We also thought about the possibility of having different job clubs, going to job clubs. At our organization, we have what we call the pension fund workshops, where we provide different technical workshops to those who are affiliated in the system. There are also these clubs where individuals in the system can exercise. And this works for the retirees. Perhaps we thought about applying this to the affiliates. And those in the formal sector understand that the benefits will be received far into the future, and so maybe these clubs would provide them with immediate benefits. Again, as part of the idea to make the system more flexible, we are looking into different technological mechanisms in keeping with the various groups we already identified. And that is what I have for you. Thank you, and I am available for further discussion. Thank you, Victor Hugo. Greetings from afar. You refer to something that we in the Social Development Division have already seen. It's related to many of the innovation aspects that we work on. And the individuals in the chat have also referred to this, and this is essentially related to the identification and characterization of the affiliates, referring to the differences among them and the innovation in Peru with regard to this, so that you may include the informal workers as affiliates in the system. So I just wanted to point out that these innovations are interesting throughout the region. So in order to close the commentary section, I would like to now give the floor to Professor Nicholas Barr, Professor of Public Economics from the London School of Economics and Political Science.
Mr. Nicholas, you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, this session is about inequality and what to do about it. And Claudia talked about coverage and adequacy, and so did Hugo Montoya and several of the other speakers. What I want to do now is zoom in on some aspects of pension design that are potentially relevant to Latin America and the Caribbean. Designs intended to reduce inequality by helping low-income workers. So let me start off with non-contributory plans, which I talked about yesterday, so I can be brief now. Two reasons for them. One, contributory systems work badly. Two, non-contributory benefits have an important role in their own right in the face, particularly, of changes in the nature of labor markets. Two messages. Message one, they work. And we've heard a bit about this today. They strengthen poverty relief, they reduce inequality, and as we heard in some detail from Gina Magnolia, they have very powerful effects in improving gender equity. On coverage, we heard from both Alberto and Claudia the huge increase in coverage in Latin America over the past 24 years. And there's multiple examples of success. So message one, they work. Message two, that's no accident. Good economics, the benefit is well targeted, as I explained yesterday. They can be made sustainable because you can fit them to different budget envelopes. They're good economics, they're good social policy in terms of adequacy, coverage, and gender equity, and they're good politics because they're popular across the political spectrum. So that's all I need to say to sum up what we talked about yesterday. I want to spend the rest of my time talking about contributory plans. And the idea is that I'm looking at ways of reducing inequality by improving contributory options for low-income workers. So a starting point is to talk about the need for more saving. Why is that? Most of the countries in Latin America, certainly Chile, are facing declining fertility already or will in the future. If your future workforce is going to be smaller for that reason, a rational response is to make each member of
that smaller workforce more productive, and you do that by investing in their human and physical capital. But that means you need more saving. So higher saving is part of that policy direction. Now, higher saving can be done through pension systems, but it doesn't necessarily have to be through individual accounts. It can be through individual accounts, as in Chile or Australia. It could be done through simpler, cheaper savings plans, and I'm going to talk shortly about an example in the UK. You can have fully funded industry plans, as in the Netherlands, or you can have partially funded state pension systems, as in Sweden or Canada. So when I talk about individual accounts, I'm not doing so because that's the only way to save, for pensions to promote saving, but because they figured prominently in Latin America, including discussions in the Marcel Commission and the Bravo Commission in Chile, and because there have been recent advances in design. So the starting point of what I want to say goes back to science, and science starts from very simple models. Physics starts from models that assume zero gravity or a perfect vacuum. Engineering assumes zero friction. That's very useful for understanding the basic drivers, but it's not a good model for policy. If you design a car that assumes zero friction, then it will have no cooling and no lubrication, and it won't get you to the supermarket, let alone to the end of an Amazon delivery route. Now, economists similarly start from a simple model, but you've got to go on from that simple model to recognize the economic equivalence of friction in engineering and gravity in physical models. So I talked yesterday about why markets might not get things right, and I gave a list of problems in markets and a list of the multiple Nobel Prizes that have been awarded in that connection. And those explain why, for example, in practice, financial literacy is shockingly limited. These are results from an international study designed to be comparable across countries. The participants were each asked 3 questions, and I'm going to ask you only the first. You've got $100 in a bank account and paying 2% interest a year. So after 5 years, how much would you have in the account? Less than $102? Equal to $102? More than $102? Or you don't know? The other 2 questions were equally simple. And yet, in the United States, the heart of capitalism, only about 35% of respondents got the answers to all 3 right. And in perfectly sensible, well-run, educated, rich countries like Japan and New Zealand, only 25% got them right. So the conclusion is that consumer choice in pensions is overrated, a point that I made yesterday. And that gives principles of pension design that say that if somebody wants to make choices about pensions and retirement, the pension system should help them to do so, but the system should work well also for a worker who makes no choice, which then brings me on to implications for pension design, which I talked about yesterday, making pensions mandatory or using automatic enrollment, keeping choices simple, including a good default option, and keeping administrative costs low. And what I want to do is to talk about an example. Now, my own country is very good at giving the world wonderful examples of how not to run pension systems. But this is a rare, shining example of where we've got it right. The UK National Employment Savings Trust, or Nest Pensions. 4 elements. If a firm does not have its own pension plan, the firm is obliged to enroll the worker automatically into Nest. There's limited choice, which I will come on to, centralized account administration, and wholesale fund management. And let me just unpack those a little bit. Limited choice, automatic enrollment in a simple savings plan. The default is a target date fund. So a worker who goes into Nest today, the target will be the year in which that worker will reach state pension age in the UK. So for a young worker, we're talking 30, 40 years ahead. For a young worker, they're automatically mainly in the stock market, and as they approach retirement, the fund automatically rebalances to less risky assets. If the worker wants to make a choice, they've got a very small menu of simple choices. They can choose a higher risk fund with potentially higher growth. They can choose a lower growth, i.e. lower risk fund. There is an ethical fund. There is a Sharia fund. Now, the point about 2 points there. First of all, these choices are simple enough that workers can understand them and make choices sensible for them. My wife would instantly go for the lower growth fund because she's very, very risk averse. But those are choices that can be understood. The second point is because the choices are limited, administrative costs can be kept low. I said yesterday a 1% charge over a full career will reduce a worker's accumulation by 20%. Well, Nest charges not 1%, but 0.3%. Centralized account administration, Nest keeps all the records. The professional managers inside Nest decide how the savings are to be divided up into global equities, UK equities, corporate bonds, etc. They then outsource that to private fund managers to make the investment choices. A very clever bit of design they're experimenting with. Workers may be reluctant to put money into a pension fund, which they can't reach till they reach retirement age, because they may need the money for a car repair or, shoes for school children, etc. Nest incorporates a rainy day fund. In other words, the first £500 of a worker's savings is available to them in liquid form. So initially, when a worker starts, it goes into the rainy day fund. Once they've got more than 500, the excess over 500 goes into the pension fund, which they can't get till they've retired. So this means workers know that when they're putting money into a pension plan, they've got a liquid element that they can use for emergencies. And clearly, it's a design feature how large that is. What do we learn from this? Well, the approach respects the lessons from the economics of information and behavioral economics, simplifies choices for workers, competition in the right place. Financial markets have a hugely important task of translating your savings and mine into productive investment. Financial markets work best when you've got knowledgeable actors on both sides of the market, not the worker and the fund manager, but the professional Nest financial expert and the professional fund manager. And you can have a plan like Nest instead of other pension arrangements or as well as them. And as I've said, you can incorporate a liquid element. So that's a specific design that's intended to help low-income workers. Let me now come on to some mistakes to avoid. Mistakes that particularly affect low-income workers. Avoid regressive tax concessions. I won't go into detail. We can come back to this if people want. But if you are allowed to deduct your pension contributions for income tax, that is of the greatest benefit to the highest earners. So what you want to do to improve things is to reduce inequality by having a taxpayer match with an upper limit on the contribution so that richer workers don't get more tax concessions than poorer workers. Or you can have a flat rate contribution, or you can have a flat rate contribution that is reduced for higher workers. So I just want to stress that's a pathology that ought to be avoided. The second pathology is to avoid badly designed contribution conditions. Where a system says you've got to have 20 years of contributions before you get any benefit, a worker with 19 years of contributions may get no benefit at all. That's terrible design. Gina Magnolia talked about it. Now, it seems to me obvious that you should have prorated benefits, and a worker that has only a quarter of the necessary contributions gets a quarter of the pension. And a lot of countries in the region have benefits, subsidies that accrue to the three highest income deciles. You can see there, Paraguay, 97% of taxpayer support of pensions goes to the three highest income deciles. Chile, if you look at it, is the shining counterexample. The solidarity pension is tested against the AFP pension and is tapered away so that the benefit from the non-contributory pension under the old regime of the bottom 40% or bottom 60% goes to exactly the people it's intended. So let me wind up with, whoops, no, I've left out. Third pathology, avoid regressive annuity pricing. The point there is richer people live longer than poorer people. If everybody pays the same price for an annuity, you are redistributing from poorer to richer. And addressing, there are things you can do in the short run, but they are very limited. The real solution requires wide-ranging social policy initiatives of exactly the sort that Michael Marmot was talking about this morning. So a couple of, let's go in the right direction. Concluding remarks. First of all, major conclusion that Peter Diamond at MIT have come to in our writing. There is no single best pension system for all countries. And I can explain why. There are many good pension systems. If you tell someone in Sweden they've got the wrong design, they should have the same system as in Canada, they will sort of look you in the eye and politely tell you to move away. So that's the first point. Secondly, just to conclude with the need to integrate non-contributory and contributory plans. The solidarity pension in Chile is a very good way of doing that. Other countries with non-contributory pensions similarly have well-designed tapers. Canada restricts. In Canada, most people get the benefit, but the richest don't. Sweden, again, tests against the contributory national plan, as do Australia and New Zealand. So my final slide is the world is changing. That means pension designs have to change. The welfare state needs to change to accommodate, amongst other things, the fact that labour markets are more fluid and declining fertility and increasing life expectancy. So a changing world, but there's still a great deal that can and should be done to reduce inequality by helping low-income workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicolás. We appreciate your time and insight. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Nicolás Barr. I want to highlight the idea and so as to have a time for questions from the audience. We have two questions from this room, and if somebody would like to raise a question here, welcome. Mainly about the idea that there is no better system or best system in the world. Combining this with the launch of the book and with the words of Claudia and Tina at some point, it has to do with the case study, deepening the situation in each country, and that institutions can innovate so as to identify the most vulnerable populations. For example, in the case of Peru, in order to increase affiliation and contributions of these most vulnerable populations. So maybe, is there, Claudia, would you like to answer or comment? So first, then I go to move to questions in the room. Is there a question? Somebody would like to ask a question here in the room? Yes, there is one. Go ahead. Thank you. It was so interesting and much. Yes, it's okay. Thank you for the presentations and the discussion, which is most interesting. Much has been said about the design of non-contributory pension system. I have a specific question regarding the indexation mechanisms of benefits and variations in the region or different practices that can be more helpful in order to protect the purchasing power of the benefits. That was my question. Let us have several together and then we answer. Yes, Excellent presentation of the panel, Claudia, Robles, and all the comments. Excellent, particularly those of Professor Barr. Claudia, one question. You could elaborate on what you've been working on about the coverage of independent workers. There is an important challenge there. The Minister of Labor spoke about the tribute or payment and what are the alternatives in the region. And as Professor Barr is here and having heard your comments, you know that Professor Barr not only is an expert, a specialist in the welfare state economy, education, but is a world expert in pensions. He has his famous book of 2008 with some editions, as mentioned by Claudia, with the Nobel Prize Peter Timon laureate. And therefore, a definition of what a pension system is, individual, collective, objective. Professor Barr, in terms of your presentation, you end by saying here there is a structural problem, which is informality, and informality is here to stay. So pension systems must adapt to that characteristic of the labor market. Informality, 1 out of 2 in Latin America is informal. And that explains in some way, the coverage of the economically active population. Those that make contributions is 45% of the economically active population. The large majority of the economically active population does not contribute, it has no protection from a pension system. So my question to you is, how in that context of informality that is structural and here to stay, how that coverage, which is 45 in 2022 and it was 42 in 2010, so this is like so stable, like milk. And so you have a natural top or cap that you have in the region, a roof. What would you recommend to the countries of the region in terms of public policies to face that problem of coverage of pension systems, but no longer in the formal world, but with these characteristics of the labor market of structural informality? So please, each one of these speakers has time now to respond in the same order as your interventions. Claudia first and then Professor. Yes, thank you for all the comments and the presentation of the Secretary General of EC and also the comments of Victor Hugo, Toya, and Nicolas Barr. Very interesting, all these reflections. As to the indexation question, well, there are different mechanisms. It's not something that we have fully exhaustively explored case by case, but there are cases that are, for example, that of Brazil, which is a paradigm, recognize constitutionally the right to social security. And that allows and says that no pension can be less than the minimum wage. Of course, there are always challenges of financial sustainability, but there are very relevant mechanisms allowing you to guarantee adequate living standards for all people. There are other mechanisms, for example, in Chile, of how pensions are adjusted with calendars of increase. It has been a very interesting experience. But in the case of non-contributory pension systems, not in all cases do we see that design has been incorporated from the beginning. In the book we presented yesterday, there are some cases, Dominican Republic would do it, but in some cases there are implementation difficulties in the adjustment and indexation to inflation, for example. It's also interesting to bear in mind the indexation generated by mortality rates, which is another case that's quite complex because it generates lower pensions in certain models for women. And that, for example, in the EU, there is a clause where no longer it is possible to be applied. So you need to strike a balance of different designs with different systems and models, and also consider the lessons learned from other regions, as Professor Barr said, adapted on a case-by-case basis. And as to independent workers there, Veronica Marante has been working in this subject, and we identify different mechanisms that would allow to expand contributory coverage. We are interested in the contributory and contributory. And we see how the pension system reform in Chile in 2008, setting forth this mandatory nature of contributions for independent workers for certain income tranches. And that has had several adjustments and has raised coverage. But there are mechanisms, and there to highlight the experience of Peru, and maybe Victor Hugo can go deeper into social security contributions systems in the case of Peru, where they've sought for formulae in order to recognize the contributions of independent workers that cannot be regularly contributing, but they can do it with contribution units in order to have proportional views. What Professor Barr said, one of the main challenges we've had in the region in the pay-as-you-go systems in order to generate recognition systems and granting of a pension to workers that maybe do not reach the minimum established with other conditions of the labor market 20, 30 years back. Then the mono payment is a mechanism that is in several countries, and it has had an impact in the affiliation even for platform workers in Uruguay. But always we need to consider that hopefully this is a starting point strategy, and that can be expanded with different systems in the social mono payment. But it is allowing to increase contributory coverage, and there are different mechanisms to be identified and systematized to increase this coverage. Thank you very much. Victor Hugo. Very interesting what Professor Nicolas Barr said, and the interventions of Claudia going deep into the subject. And I think that what is being viewed right now is such a relevant subject in the region that becomes deeper in other places in the world, because social security systems are for dependent workers, understanding that the world has a classical labor world with being workers that month after month get payment, and something that is not common, not general today. In the case of classical independent workers, a proposal that has worked in Chile did not work in Peru. A law was enacted to include the independent ones, and there was a strong social movement to exclude them, and rapidly Congress repealed the rule. It was a failed attempt on the part of independent workers. And then Claudia asked, a unit of contribution. It was something considered some time ago, considering that there is difficulty to contribute every single month. For example, if a person had an income and can pay 13% of your income, if you said 1,000 soles, monthly would have to pay 130. But not everyone with high informality can get 130 soles in order to contribute it. So the temporality was doubled. So it said it was not going to be monthly, but rather through contribution unit. Those 130 soles could be paid at different moments and being accumulated in a differentiated manner. So you could contribute with 30 this month, 50 the next, and 100 next month. And those, that would be 1 month, but it is done in 3 months as one contribution unit. And that facilitates people to contribute less and to continue accumulating money in order to have the necessary retirement pension. And what you see is that you could have high income, and if you have the high income a month, you can pay the total amount. And sometimes if you didn't, and before, if you didn't pay 1 month, you had to go through all types of formalities and pay an interest rate and also interest rates plus 130 soles, and that has been shortened, and now the person pay the month the person can and the amount the person can do it. So this facilitates those without easy income with the same skills to do it in a longer period of time, facilitating that contribution. Thank you very much. And now I will continue. Thank you. Professor Barr, now.
Briefly on the indexation of benefits. Non-contributory benefits you can index on prices or wages or a mix. Countries can make different choices. With contributory pensions, there is an issue of whether you fully index every year or if there is a projected deficit, pensions are temporarily less than fully indexed. They've got some very interesting designs in Canada which say if there's a deficit, pensions are not fully indexed, but when the fund returns to good health, there is catch-up. So pensioners may take a temporary hit, but it's not a permanent hit. And I think that's a very important design feature when indexing. On informality here to stay, I mean, the trouble with going to conferences with good friends is they ask you impossibly difficult questions because they figure they can get away with it and you might have an answer. And I've got only a very partial answer. But it applies, I think, both to the sort of independent workers, independent professionals, etc., that Claudia was talking about, and to sort of low-income informal workers. I mean, the first element is non-contributory pensions. No need to discuss it. It's obvious. Secondly, on savings, I think there is a potential route through apps and nudges. I mean, any of you who've ever had a Fitbit or a Garmin watch that tries to get you to walk 10,000 paces a day, and you get these encouraging messages. Come on, you've done 7,500, you've only got a bit more to do. You could build that into savings apps. So apps, nudges, simple to use, flexible contributions. You don't have to contribute in large chunks. You can contribute in very small amounts. What you end up doing, therefore, is building up pensions not on the basis of a person's income, but on the basis of their consumption spending, which is a very different approach. I mean, one very simple example of that I think I mentioned yesterday, you go into Starbucks, you order a latte that costs $4.20, you get hit for $5, and the 80 cents goes into your pension savings. There are examples of that. There's a design in India called Pinbox that I would urge anyone interested to look at, which has all these things. It's simple to use, it's flexible, and it works well. And what one needs in parallel with the app is you need a savings vehicle that is simple, is cheap, it's a trusted brand, and you may then want to have some sort of tax incentives. It could be a government match, particularly for low-income workers. Or what you could do is, if somebody logs onto the app and starts an account, the government will put $100 in it to get them started. Because workers who've only put in $3 see only $3, and it just seems an impossible hurdle. Giving them a bit up front, I think, might work together with nudges, etc., getting behavioral psychologists involved in how you design these things, and including a rainy day fund so that workers know they're not giving up all their savings for the next 30 years. I think those are the sorts of things I would be thinking about. I think they're all worth thinking about and useful policy directions. It's not a complete answer, Sorry, Alberto.
Muchas gracias, Professor Barr.
Thank you, Professor Barr. We thus close this panel number 4 and also the second day of our seminar on social development. I invite you to answer the survey online. We have about 200 persons that are following us through streaming. We invite you to be with us tomorrow. That starts in keynote presentation, conceptual debates and challenges for measuring social inequality.